Catch my breath. Well, nothing beats this feeling, so I don't ever wanna let this. I don't ever wanna let this go. Oh, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy, am I made for sure? You know I wrote it on the bathroom wall, so everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows, here we go again. Now I see double vision, hanging on the edge, now I'm out of breath. Oh, tell me, am I dreaming? I don't ever wanna let this, I don't ever wanna let this go. No, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy, am I made for sure? You know I wrote it on the bathroom wall, so everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. No, I'm not the type to write it in a letter. It takes a lot for me to admit that I'm infatuated, and everybody knows. 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 Everybody knows.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker, and what a weekend. We've got a FIFA 21 action for you. Yes, the best competitors from the Oceania region are going head-to-head to be crowned champion in Qualifier number 2. Joining me for the next 2 days is Mike LaBelle. And Mike, here we are at the business end, I'm going to call it, of the FIFA 21 Global Series. Are you excited for this weekend?
Always been excited, and I keep the reoccurring theme where we're seeing goals, we're not seeing clean sheets, players are going for it, names are being made, some are reinstated, so to speak. Last time we got together, we saw MS Desari look very dominant, which was kind of expected, but it took him a second to get going this year.
It did indeed. Now, let's talk a little bit about FIFA 21 because we're a few months into the game, we're a few months into the release, and there's so much content. Even last night, we've just been talking about some of the content that's been dropping, some of the new FUT items that have been dropping, and that all influences the FIFA 21 Global Series season, Mike.
I'm interested to see if we are going to actually witness some of the new future stars in action. But indeed, I almost feel like we got an early team of the season to a certain regard. Some of the top tier future stars FUT items that have been released, either the first iteration or the second iteration, a lot of them are very valuable. They've been assets. There's been hype levels. I see what's happening on social media.
Now, all of this plays a part in the competitors making their way to the FIFA E World Cup. Yes, some of the best FIFA 21 competitors are going head-to-head all over the world in the different regions, hoping to get a space and a spot at the FIFA E World Cup. We're deep into the qualifiers now. There's qualifiers in Europe, North America, South America, East Asia, West Asia, and Oceania as well. And then we move into those playoffs where the players will have their spots, hoping to win, hoping to make their way through to the FIFA E World Cup. That is where they want to be. And Mike, they all want to be crowned champion of FIFA 21.
No doubt about it. That's kind of what it's all about. You saw the grand landscape of the ecosystem. We've pivoted throughout these times, and now you have all these different regionals where we're able to see a lot of different players on display. And the goal is at the end of the year, of course, to make your way to the FIFA E World Cup, where then you have that claim for fame. You sign up, you put your hand in the air, you say, look at me, I'm the best. You can't say anything about it. You've got ultimate bragging rights. And at the end of the day, or at the end of the year, I should say, everybody's looking to see where you finished up with the FIFA World Cup. They don't even look at the regionals as much. It's a matter of, well, where did you go? Did you get it to playoffs? Cool. From playoffs, did you make the FIFA World Cup? All right, where'd you finish there? Who'd you beat? Who'd you lose to?
Now, all of this is a competition, but we want to make sure that you guys remember at home that being part of a gaming community should be fun, positive, fair, and safe for all. And we look forward to building a healthy and positive community together. EA believes it is more important than ever to do what you can to take care of your mental health, and we look forward to building a healthy and positive community together. So make sure you're enjoying it. Make sure the gaming community is positive, fun, fair, and safe, as I said, and any information that you do need can be found at ea.com/compete/wellness. So make sure you hop on there if you feel like you do need any information in regards to that. Right, back to the competitive action. We need to talk about the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. Yes, if you're at home and you're missing out on that competitive feeling, well, you can get it from the comfort of your sofa. PS4 Tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Now, those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. All you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, it's as simple as that.
This is your one-stop shop. It's a piece of cake to get the job done. You see everything integrated internally. It's very easy to sign up. In fact, if you're in North America, there's a tournament going on right now. It actually happens on Monday. Completely free to sign up. Compete.playstation.com, and it's going to set you up with you. If you win first, you get a free PS5. You've got a free EMLS jersey. You've also got the top 64 getting payouts in terms of some different FIFA points. So there's a lot that's going on there. Even you, Kyle, would make a top 64. I'm just saying.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. I'll have to compete, though, won't I? If you are at home, though, we do want to hear from you as well. We want you to join in the conversation. Make sure you're using the hashtag FGS21 and also use the mention at EA FIFA Esports. Share your thoughts. We want to hear from you, so make sure you do get involved. Also in the Twitch chat, we've got that open, all right? So I'll be looking at it. I want to pick a few of you guys out as well, so make sure you're in the Twitch chat letting us know your thoughts. Now, something that is very special, that's new, and it's ready to go is the FIFA Face-Off. Yes, an opportunity for members of the community to get a chance to participate in a FIFA-themed game show, and we've got this short video that tells you all about it.
What's up, FIFA community? Castro here, and listen up. The FIFA Global Series Face-Off will team up FIFA pros, celebrities, and community contestants against each other for a $25,000 prize pool. And we want you to join us.
Cheer on your teammates, because each win earns you cash.
Prove to me and the FIFA community why we should pick you. From February 4th through the 19th, go to the URL and submit a video telling us why we should choose you. Community leaders will choose 4 contestants to join their teams.
Do you have what it takes?
FIFA Global Series Face-Off streams March 19th and March 26th on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA.
Do you have what it takes? Well, if you think you do, make sure that you do submit your videos for a chance to become a contestant on FIFA Face-Off. Yes, contestants will team up with FIFA pros and celebrities for their chance at a $25,000 prize pool per episode. So make sure you go to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off. Submit those videos by February 19th. Get it done. Get it done ASAP, all right? Now, if you are joining us for the next couple of days as well, we've got some viewership rewards for you. But remember, during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your own viewership rewards. Now, for the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world compete at the highest level. All you've got to do is simply link your Twitch and EA accounts and watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on select weekends, the weekends that you can see right now. And you will receive 1 FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. But do remember, tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your accounts, and these tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with some great pack rewards up for grabs. The more tokens you earn by watching on the selected eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. So don't miss out. Link your account and watch the FIFA 21 Global Series and redeem those rewards. Remember, you are in complete control of your own rewards. Now, one other thing we thought, if you're watching this weekend, we've got to make it special. We've got to make it stand out. So remember, anyone who watches more than an hour of FIFA Global Series action this weekend on Twitch with a linked EA and Twitch account will also receive a Resende Tifo. So make sure you've got those accounts linked and they will be yours in your ultimate team. Mike LaBelle, I know you've got the Twitch stream open. It's not to watch yourself, it's to get these rewards.
It's definitely open. I like that new Tifo as well, the Resende heart. He kind of mixed in a little Jay-Z action too. It's like, here's the hoe, but with a heart version, right? Hey, I don't know. Maybe I'm taking it too far. But I've got the stream open. I'm not missing out on any tokens. There's no doubt about it. If you have any problems, tweet Kyle. He loves those types of tweets.
Please don't. Please don't. Oh, gosh. Anyway, let's get back to the action for this weekend. Mike LaBelle is double elimination. Explain to the people what that means.
Your important takeaway from a double elimination tournament, outside of 2 losses and you're out, if you keep winning, you're in, is mainly when you get to the grand final. So if you go from the upper bracket or the winner's bracket and you stay undefeated, when you get to the grand final, it forces the loser's bracket opposition to have to beat you twice. They have to force a reset where you'd only need to win once. So it gives you a big competitive advantage, even though, with that being said, we've seen a lot of players come up from the loser's bracket, build momentum, and take down the winner's bracket in that grand final and be able to kind of flip the result, even though it's against the odds or against the percentages.
It makes it a little bit harder, but we've seen it done before, right? We can have a look at our brackets for this tournament right here. 8 competitors going head-to-head. And in the winner's bracket, we've got DW Dylan taking on Marcus Gomes. Naylor taking on Mark 11. Those 2 matches we will be seeing first up today. And then we jump straight down into that losers bracket. This is it. Win and stay in the tournament. Lose, turn the console off, you go home, and that is it. We've got Jazz taking on GZ Dylan. He looks familiar. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. And also Greek Freak taking on Marco. All 4 of these players hoping to make their way through to round 2, round 3, the losers bracket final, and then making their way all the way back to that grand final right there. Mike, 8 competitors going head to head. The Oceania region, we already know how competitive it can be.
No doubt about it. And also, unlike some of the other regions, I would say that our final 8 here are all household names. We've seen them all compete before. A lot of them we saw in action a few weeks back, and they're just guys that are very common in this community. From, if you're watching on a live stream perspective, you're looking at guys that make international events, you're looking at the region in general. There's also a very supportive community, so a lot of these guys share viewership, they talk about different things, they practice against each other, and I'm really looking forward to it because it's got to be major bragging rights, not just externally, but even internally within the collective.
Right, we can have a look at the day 1 schedule right here. This is how things will unfold in qualifier number 2 in the Oceania region. 10 past 10, DW Dylan takes on Marcus Gomes. That's Central European time in our winners bracket semi-final. Then it's Naylor taking on Mark 11 in our second semi-final in the winners bracket at 10 past 11. 10 past 12, it will be our winners bracket final. And then we jump down into our losers bracket. Jazz taking on GZ Dylan at 10 past 1 Central European time. Then Greek Freak taking on Marco 10 past 2 Central European time. And then we wrap things up with our post show where we'll be getting into it, looking back at today's action. But Mike, let's look ahead at that matchup number 1. All right, Marcus Gomes taking on DW Dylan. We've talked about this a little bit before because it feels like old guard taking on new guard, especially in this region. And the competitors took to Twitter to talk about this after the last tournament, after we bigged up this rivalry. But they all respect each other, Mike.
They definitely have a lot of respect for the guys that came before them and the guys that are here now. And I will say this, as a theme within this region in particular, the new guard has been pretty dominant, at least in most recent times.
They have indeed. Right, let's break it down right now between these 2 players. Dylan, Adrian Campbell.
2003, Kyle. 2003.
He didn't even see the millennium. Oh, what? Country, Australia. Favorite formation, 4-2-3-1. And favorite club, Manchester City. The best team in the land and all the world. First FIFA title as well. FIFA 16. Mike LaBelle, he'd already retired by FIFA 16 right there from the competitive scene. That makes you feel old, right?
I don't think I was retired by then. I just want to throw that out there. We were competing in 2017 for Champions era, et cetera, et cetera. But it does tell you the competition and a little bit more about them. Even when you look at Gomes in a 97, this guy's an old man now. 97, what's going on? There's 6 years between these 2 competitors. He's the 4-3-3 Melbourne City FC. I'm sure if you talk to him, I'm sure he'd like Manchester City as well. And he started in 2017, similar to many players when you're looking at the competitive year, because that's when we really got our true ecosystem. I would even consider FIFA going from a game that had tournaments to becoming an esport in FIFA 17. So we're still in the early stages of esports with FIFA, in my opinion.
Right, we will be getting into that matchup very, very shortly. DW Dylan taking on Marcus Gomes. But before we do that, we're all about sharing. We're all about learning here at the FIFA 21 Global Series. And here is GZ Dylan with his masterclass.
Ground Zero Gaming. I'm 19 years of age, and today in my masterclass, I'm going to be explaining my 5-3-2 player instructions. The most important part of the 5-3-2 is the wingbacks. At left wingback, you can see I have Ferland Mendy, and at right wingback, I have James Tavernier. But however, a lot of pros are using an attacker at either left wingback or right wingback. However, all the pros are using their instructions on join the attack, normal deceptions, and mix attack. The fullbacks are the most important part of the formation, as they allow your team to surge forward and out wide, spreading your opponent's team and giving you more attacking options. For your three centre backs, they're going to be on default player instructions, which is stay back while attacking and normal interceptions. It's really important you have three really fast centre backs. As you can see here, I've got Kyle Walker's in form, Joe Gomez and Reece James. All of these three players are really quick and it allows you to easily defend counter-attacks, intricate through balls or any sort of attack that you may face. For my three centre mids personally, I like to have my left centre mid and my right centre mid as my defensive two. I have my left centre mid and right centre mid on stay back while attacking, balance crossing runs, normal interceptions, stick to position and cover centre. This allows them to easily defend as I go forward in a 5-2-1-2. As I'm going to explain now, Bruno Fernandes turns into a central attacking midfielder. And instead of attacking in a 5-3-2, you attack in a 5-2-1-2, giving yourself an attacking midfielder. As this formation doesn't have one, I have Bruno Fernandes on get forward, balance crossing runs, normal interceptions, stick to position, and cover centre. For my left striker, Ronaldo, I have him on default instructions for everything. So that's going to be balanced width, mixed attack, normal interceptions, and basic defensive support. That allows him to roam around the pitch, pick up the ball wherever, make a few 1-2s, and make a few runs of his own. However, for my right striker, Mbappe, I have a bit more structure to him. I've got him on balanced width, get in behind, normal interceptions, and come back on defense. Get in behind, it's because he has 99 pace and he can make those runs that splits the defenders. Either they're playing a 4 at the back or 5 at the back. He's still going to make that diagonal run, which you can play him through for 1-2, or you can play him over the top and he's going to be in behind on goal one-on-one. However, come back on defense is because there's a team of the year card, needs a lot of stamina, so he helps you to defend and he can receive the ball centrally. Your fullbacks going forward allow you to give that width attacking in a 5-2-1-2, but they still allow you to defend in a 5-3-2. Your third central midfielder, who's an attacking third option, gives you the chance to attack in a 5-2-1-2 and gives you that attacking midfielder that you're lacking in the formation. However, you're still able to defend in a 5-3-2. This is really good to defend in a 5-3-2 as you limit how many shots on target and how many goals you're going to concede, but the 5-2-1-2 allows you to spread your opponents wide and score a lot of goals in a formation that not many people know how to defend against.
GZ Dylan right there is FIFA 21 masterclass, and we have to talk about the elephant in the room, Mike LaBelle. He's got a great moustache. He looks very similar to Marcus Gomes. That's because they're both brothers. The brotherly love is live on the stream.
There might be some brotherly rivalry as well, because technically, depending how the action plays out, they could definitely meet at some point. I wouldn't mind maybe talking about that match a little bit. It's got to be the ultimate bragging rights. We touched on it earlier, but to beat each other in a tournament, or one of you to obviously beat the other in a tournament, you can just say, do you remember last week? Okay, last week. Okay, you do. Okay, happy Valentine's Day.
I remember the first time my little brother beat me on FIFA, and it was like he was reborn that day. I've never seen confidence like it, so hopefully we'll get to see something similar this weekend. Let's bring in Nate and Treaders into the conversation. Guys, we've got an incredible 2 days of FIFA 21 action coming up, and Nate, you're wearing that jersey. You're proud because this is your region. You know everything about it.
Technically, while it is still Oceania, unfortunately for our friends across the ditch, as we like to say, they were unable to qualify. Honey Badger probably the strongest of the lot. It does mean we are left with 8 Aussies for today, for this weekend. So I thought, yes, I'd represent with the Australia Week kit.
I'm still waiting for mine to arrive in the post. I'm not sure if you're sending that, Nate. You've got the list. I see you tweeting the Australian EA all the time. So, you know, hook a brother up. All right, please. I need that yellow in my life. Treaders, let's get into it. 8 competitors going head to head here, the Oceania region. We know how strong it is. Are we going to see old guard taking on new guard again?
I think that's going to be the common theme of the matchups today. I think we'll also see the return of... We've also got the return of Jazz FIFA, return of Dylan to competitive FIFA. A number of these competitors making their first debut event in a FIFA 21 environment. Even DW Dylan in this matchup, this is his first broadcast event. So seeing how they adjust to the additional pressure is going to be an interesting one for this event.
And of course, we're all doing this from the comfort of our own homes, which makes it very, very different. Let us jump into it, though. Predictions. We're looking for our prediction king once again. Mike LaBelle, I'm going to start with you on this one. DW Dylan taking on Marcus Gomes. Who have you got?
I want to touch on what Treaders just said. DW Dylan's first event this year on broadcast. He's been on broadcast in previous years, and I my heart says Gomes, but logically I think Dylan's going to get this win, so we're going with Dylan.
Oh, I hate this. I'm going to go with Dylan as well. We've seen how strong he can be. He's here, first broadcast event. He's going to be taking a lot of wins. I can feel it. Nate, who are you going for?
I'm going to stick with the old head, old guard in Marcus Gomes.
And Treaders, what are you thinking?
Got to be DW Dylan. He's already played Marcus in the E-Club World Cup and got the results there, so I think he'll be getting the result today as well.
Well, let's see what happens. We're about to kick off the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. That first matchup, DW Dylan taking on Marcus Gomes. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Thank you, Mike, and wherever you're watching from around the world, it's a pleasure to have you here. I'd be lying if I said this one didn't have a bit of extra feeling, particularly for the commentators, Treaders. It's good FIFA esports all around the world, but with these regional events, and particularly with no New Zealanders able to qualify, it is an Australia Day of sorts.
Indeed, we're seeing the top 8 competitors in Australia, and after qualifier 1, we've sort of started to see the seeding, and we get a better idea of what we're going to see as we go. We seem to be just racing towards those playoffs. We've got another qualifier online next week, which basically will bring the competitive season to an end for a number of these competitors.
Well, we'll see, I guess. There's the old domestic competition. Is it going ahead? We're not sure, but we hope it does. What it does mean, though, Treaders, it puts huge emphasis on these events. Just making it through is one thing, but the final 8, not really good enough. It's all about making it through to Championship Sunday.
And getting that higher seeding is so crucial when we go into those playoffs. It's the difference between taking on an inform a Neza or taking on someone that snuck into the 8th spot. Not saying that the 8th spot will be any worse, but I think I'd be preferring to take on anyone but a Neza. A Neza is a notable name missing from this. He had some personal issues to deal with, which just opens up the opportunity for a brand new champion in this qualifier.
Yeah, we sincerely hope that everything's okay with Neza and his family. No doubt he'll be returning for the 3rd and final qualifier. We are here for the 2nd qualifier. Marcus Gomes has been there, done that, done the FIFA Interactive World Cup back when it was called that, has had sort of some time off, come back to the scene. He certainly seems to me, and he is my take despite that E-Club World Cup defeat, he is my take for this one. It seems like he's in the best frame of mind that we've maybe ever seen from Marcus Gomes.
And I think it's a case of pushing through those really incredibly rough times with struggles last year with mental health and all that sort of thing. Really coming into this year, you basically build off those struggles, build off those weaknesses. If you can push through and stay with it, stay with the grind, you'll find that you're in so much better spot. And I think that's the case this year. He's finding form at the right times, going into those qualifiers, the online qualifiers. He just finds a way to get through to that winner's bracket time and time again. This is 2 events in a row that he's gone undefeated into day 1 of this online broadcast event.
The game between Marcus Gomes and DW Dylan will be with you in just a moment's time. It is good to reflect on those things though, Treaders. We'll of course go deep into gameplay. We'll talk about 4 items, don't worry. We'll go through all of that. And it is, again, easy to forget these competitors, Marcus Gomes particularly. He is a superstar of this nation. Whether people in our own country don't realize it, he's got the following, the fandom. It's mammoth compared to a lot of the footballers in this country. He's on the big stage. And yet, despite that, he never gets a big head. He never wants the limelight. He's always stayed very humble. And I think credit needs to go to him with everything that's been happening, COVID-19 included, and the people around him. How important is it, Treaders, to have a good support system around you when those times get tough?
So incredibly important. I mean, he was struggling, and as Dylan was as well, Ground Zero Dylan, that is his brother, found it so tough when you move out of home, move into a solo environment, just making that adjustment, and then throw in not just the pressure of trying to survive in that environment, getting used to being fully independent, but throw into the struggle of trying to compete, trying to stay on the highest level possible. And then on top of all of that, you have to deal with the enormity that was self-isolation. And that is just a recipe for just a massive struggle. And it's so understandable that the struggle was as large as it was.
Wherever you're watching around the world, if you're locked down in Melbourne, we hope this gives you some joy, some excitement, some intrigue. And we'll switch gears now here in the FIFA 21 Global Series, Oceania Regional Qualifier number 2. This is your winner bracket, semi-final number 1, between Direwolves Dylan and Melbourne City Marcus Gomes. Dylan, one of the few competitors that has gotten a lot of joy out of the 4-2-3-1 narrow. The 5 at the back, Treaders. We'll talk about it. We'll get that out of the way nice and early. There's a reason it does get used so consistently. But Dylan, while he's tried it a time or two, managed to stick with that 4-2-3-1 narrow. Early good attempt for Marcus Gomes. 2 tackles, 3 tackles. And Dylan doing well. The early attack is one that you want to get right, but the early defending, Treaders, arguably more important.
Absolutely. Just being able to get that player switching on point from your very first attack is so crucial. If you don't get it right from your first attack, from your first piece of defense, as we see Dylan with a very good chance right there. Marcus Gomes able to survive that attack and launch a counter attack of his own. But if you can get that player switching on point, track those runs, and keep that pressure on the ball carrier at the same time, you'll find that you're able to put your opponent off, especially early on in the early forces of these contests.
Marcus traditionally loves a possession-based game. He self-admittedly has been working on that, realizing being more direct on occasion could really help him out. He's got the possession in good areas to start off with. But Dylan, after using multiple foot items during the week, that was fascinating to see, has gone back to the exact same team, unless there's been a late change and I haven't picked up on it, the exact same team he used to get in to this stage of this qualifier.
He used the likes of Kulusevski. I saw an informed Varane, informed Neymar, but at the end of the day, if it works for you, it works for you. I think he was even looking to bring in an informed Neymar, but wasn't sure if he could sell the cards at the right time. Good piece of possession play right here, though, as he looks for the cutback across the box. A little bit of a rushed start for both competitors. Both competitors defending quite well, though. Marcus Gomes looking solid in a clear 5 at the back, with those fullbacks really creating the width, creating the space in the middle for his attackers. And already Dylan picking up that something isn't feeling quite right, and we'll look to make some adjustments accordingly. Maybe we'll look to get the fullbacks a little bit further involved, which is something that he's been working on during the weeks.
We'll confirm for you that the variations of these foot items are correct. That Marcus Gomes, with some late signings, if you like, none other than Team of the Year Mbappe and inform Ronaldo, totaling some 11.5 million coins. We talk about the competitors, how they're going mentally, gameplay formations, foot items, Treaders. These are these competitors' squads. Still a massive part of this esport.
And a lot of the time it comes down to which cards are you most familiar with, which cards do you know will get the job done for you. A number of competitors will probably miss out on using some better cards just for a little bit of additional comfort, as we see Marcus come down the wing right now. And that attack is well defended by Dylan. The defense from Dylan will be a key feature of his gameplay, playing that 4-2-3-1. So strong defensively when you compare it to the 4-4-2. But a number of competitors find it just keeps the ball in not really threatening areas, whereas the 4-4-2 allows you to attack so much more directly. And indeed, the 5-3-2 will allow you to attack even more directly because of those options wide that the fullbacks create.
Whereas for Dylan, it's very much about using the front four the fullbacks will help out a little bit. Maybe a DM might sneak their way forward, but he'll hold it between the wide cams and the fullbacks before going forward, I believe. Even more than what we're used to, perhaps, from Dylan Treaders, using those fullbacks in attack, something he's seen from Dasari and is trying to do himself.
And using those fullbacks can just draw your opponent's midfielders out a little bit more, as a great pass is just played a little bit too late from Dylan. Not quite on point just yet. Still getting the early nerves out of the way. I think that we'll see these competitors start to time their challenges better. We'll see them hit those key passes. I think we're seeing a large amount of nerves and caginess play a role here, knowing that this first goal will prove to be so crucial because of how good the other competitor is at defending.
It is a heavyweight clash of sorts. It won't be the most high-scoring encounter we have this weekend. Both competitors excelling defensively. Davies cut back. Looked okay. Dylan gets his fullback in the way. Corner taken short. Davies will play it outside. James, another one of those new foot items that you get your eyes on. You're starting to see a lot more England players involved. And I think both competitors would have expected that to go in. Ronaldo under a little bit of pressure. Cannot get it wide of the keeper, all in pink. Good pressure, however, for Marcus Gomes. James again has Direwolves jerseys all around him. Good tackle again. And that low, deep defending. A skill set prominent with the elite competitors in this region. You'll see it from Greek Freak. You'll see it from Neza. Dylan doing it very well in this first 45.
And Dylan out wide, using that fullback to just bring the ball forward, utilize possession in some decent areas. Dylan's best attacks will come when he's able to stretch the play, use the full width of the pitch, and then cut it back to the defensive mids. At the moment, getting stuck quite centrally, and Marcus Gomes more than happy to send that ball out of play. A clean sheet for both competitors going into the end of the first half, 0-0.
About the start, maybe we expected. The statistics flashing up on your screen. Probably the most interesting of the lot. The tackles, I believe it was 8-2 in favor of Dylan. As we talk about the balance of play, Treaders will bring out expected goals. How many we might have expected at different times throughout the weekend. But that tackle count, reflective that Marcus has had that ball with his 3 centre mids just outside the area, hasn't really been able to work his way inside. And when he has, Dylan is there, ready to make the challenge.
And I think everyone was quite surprised that that chance from CR7 didn't find its way into the back of the net. But Dylan just has this knack of being in the right place at the right time and making those challenges correctly. And there was another tactic flashing up on your screen that Dylan started to put into work to break down the 5-3-2, using those wingers in the false 9 to just create something a little bit more possession-based and allowing him to push forward with those central midfielders. He finds that with that striker dropping deep, it becomes a challenge for the 3 centre-backs to know who to commit to. And the runs made off that striker just allows so much more space in behind for that eventual run through. And Marcus will have to make an adjustment if he does pick up that the tactic has been changed from Dylan. Otherwise, he will see that his centre-backs won't track that false 9.
Both competitors, of course, undefeated to get to this point. Marcus Gomes, 5-1 over professional F1 simulator driver. I'm a FIFA tryhard, 7-5 over another Direwolves competitor in Direwolves Envy. And then 4-1 over Marco, the result that stands out. That is why, when forced to make a prediction, I just feel like Marcus has always been good with possession, always been clinical, very good defensively, and now it just feels like he's the most composed version we've seen of himself, ready for the big games and the big moments.
And the beauty of that false nine, you will always seem to have passing options available. Dylan getting that fullback involved and unable to complete that pass, just playing that a little bit too late. And Marcus doing incredibly well to make all of these reads. The advantage in this game at the moment really lies with Marcus, especially with that clear-cut chance. But Dylan, so strong is he in defense that you just feel that if Marcus is unable to capitalize on those opportunities, Dylan will inevitably create a really solid chance, as he creates a chance here and wins a corner out of that one. Not really a high percentage look, that shot.
Just the old ball roll onto the left with Neymar. Marcus will have defended that a million times in Weekend League. Potentially will get to go on a counter-attack, but we've talked about the 5-3-2. It's good at a lot of things. You get bodies back. You can get an overload going forward with the wingbacks pushing on. It's just not much of a counter-attacking formation. Without the cam, without even a DM, the passes often have to go sideways rather than straight through.
And false nine, when you get this momentum, when you get the counter-attack flowing, it can be so threatening with those central midfielders making those threatening runs. Game opening up a little bit, but ball just getting clogged down in the midfield because of how good these competitors are defensively.
Dylan looking to make some changes, not to the system, but perhaps to the personnel. Kulusevski, you called it before, Treaders, making his Oceania broadcast debut, if you like. The Future Stars promo, I think it's fair to say, has been one of the favorites of the community, certainly of myself. A plethora of emerging players represented through foot items.
And all of these cards, all of these foot items rather, are at such a high standard. A number of them will see you through all the way through to team of the season, which is why they're in such high demand. Kulusevski, a card that can play left wing, central midfield, left wing back, indeed, is where I think we'll see him utilize the most. But in this false nine, using those
Kulusevski. Am I allowed to say Juventus, or do we stick with Piemonte Calcio? Either way, the Swede, 4-star, worth about 500,000 coins. Arguably plays even better than his 88 overall rating suggests. Back live here, still yet without a goal. There is that man, Kulusevski. And it really is excellent defending. Competitors will get to this stage of the competition looking to impress, sure. But in the winner's bracket, sure, you haven't lost yet. It almost feels, though, Treaders, like you start to think about that. You're wanting to avoid defeat, maybe even a little bit more than you're looking to seek an attack and break open, create an end-to-end free-flowing game.
And that pass overhit for Dylan. Seeing that run, seeing the width created by those wingers and trying to utilize them. Marcus Gomes doing well to keep that ball. And nearly giving that ball away, but so composed is Marcus at the moment that you feel like no matter the pressure that he's under, he will do well.
Lad, unable to get past the defender. Goes back down the line. You see there Marcus still with his 5-3-2. It was actually quite effective back in my day. I say that like it was from a different era. It sort of feels like it. Certainly before we had events like this, you'd get about a plastic trophy and a handshake. These competitors playing for tens of thousands of dollars and the opportunity to get even more. And with the development of the FIFA titles, as the franchise progresses, formations do play differently. Chrome is not something we'll see like we did in yesteryear. Marcus certainly capable of producing it, but I think it's fair to say, Treaders, crossing FIFA 21 is more of a plan C or D, somewhere down there.
And unless you're on a really strong counter-attack in a 2-on-1 situation, you're best off turning back. You're best off turning back and looking for the pass to your CDM or to your left back. Dylan, unfortunate not to win that ball there, but we'll have to defend this attack from Marcus Gomes, who's looking more and more threatening as this game goes on. Doing well to hold that ball in the wide area, keep the pressure off the ball carrier. And a number of times we're seeing Dylan lose this ball in midfield, getting forced out wide to his defensive midfielders, to his left back, and just playing that pass a little bit too late and unable to capitalize on the run in behind. And now Marcus will look to use that overlapping run to just draw the defense. And Marcus looking in possession, looking more and more threatening as this game has continued. But both competitors stuck in midfield. Indeed, the 5-3-2 cancelling out the false 9. But likewise, Dylan's defense is cancelling out the attacking threat that the 5-3-2 possesses. Marcus holding possession for the final attack as we drift towards stoppage time of this first leg. Through ball, tiki-taka passing, shot fired, and Edison makes a crucial save after some nice build-up from Marcus. Marcus whips the ball in, and the ball is held by Edison. 0-0, no goals to speak of in this first leg. And both competitors... And we're just going to take a short break and look at the master.
I play for Ground Zero Gaming. I'm 19 years of age, and today in my masterclass, I'm going to be explaining my 5-3-2 player instructions. The most important part of the 5-3-2 is the wingbacks. At left wingback, you can see I have Ferland Mendy, and at right wingback, I have James Tavernier. But however, a lot of pros are using an attacker at either left wingback or right wingback. However, all the pros are using their instructions on join the attack, normal interceptions, and mix attack. The fullbacks are the most important part of the formation, as they allow your team to surge forward and out wide, spreading your opponent's team and giving you more attacking options. For your three centre backs, they're going to be on default player instructions, which is stay back while attacking and normal interceptions. It's really important you have three really fast centre backs. As you can see here, I've got Kyle Walker's in form, Joe Gomez and Reece James. All of these three players are really quick, and it allows you to easily defend counter-attacks, intricate through balls, or any sort of attack that you may face. For my three centre mids personally, I like to have my left centre mid and my right centre mid as my defensive two. I have my left centre mid and right centre mid on stay back while attacking, balanced crossing runs, normal interceptions, stick to position, and cover centre. This allows them to easily defend as I go forward in a 5-2-1-2. As I'm going to explain now, Bruno Fernandes turns into a central attacking midfielder, and instead of attacking in a 5-3-2, you attack in a 5-2-1-2, giving yourself an attacking midfielder. As this formation doesn't have one, I have Bruno Fernandes on get forward, balanced crossing runs, normal interceptions, stick to position, and cover centre. For my left striker Ronaldo, I have him on default instructions for everything, so that's going to be balanced width, mixed attack, normal interceptions, and basic defensive support. That allows him to roam around the pitch, pick up the ball wherever, make a few 1-2s, and make a few runs of his own. However, for my right striker Mbappe, I have a bit more structure to him. I've got him on balance width, get in behind, normal interceptions, and come back on defense. Get in behind, it's because he has 99 pace and he can make those runs that splits the defenders. Either they're playing a 4 at the back or 5 at the back. He's still going to make that diagonal run, which you can play him through for 1-2, or you can play him over the top, and he's going to be in behind on goal 1-on-1. However, come back on defense is because there's a Team of the Year card, needs a lot of stamina, so he helps you to defend, and he can receive the ball centrally. Your fullbacks going forward allow you to give that width attacking in a 5-2-1-2, but they still allow you to defend in a 5-3-2. Your third central midfielder, who's an attacking third option, gives you the chance to attack in a 5-2-1-2 and gives you that attacking midfielder that you're lacking in the formation. However, you're still able to defend in a 5-3-2. This is really good to defend in a 5-3-2 as you limit how many shots on target and how many goals you're going to concede, but the 5-2-1-2 allows you to spread your opponents wide and score a lot of goals in a formation that not many people know how to defend against.
Welcome back. That is, of course, Dylan Gomes, brother of Marcus Gomes. Good to hear a bit more about systems and formations. Hey, Treaders, my name is Nate Patrick, Nate PTK. It is still 0-0 in between legs here. It's more or less what we expected. But there's good news, even better news for you at home. Number one, there's going to be some goals scored at some point today. And number two, Turtle Beach are getting around a bit of a promotion. So you at home, you're not just watching along. You're not just getting behind the competitors. The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Be sure to follow them at Turtle Beach there on your screen on Twitter. And stay tuned for a unique hashtag you can tweet your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. There's just so much going on today. Goodness me. The one missing ingredient, Treaders, is just a goal or two.
And we'll get goals inevitably, whether Marcus or Dylan like it or not. I think Dylan will be getting a little bit frustrated at the moment, having not scored just yet and not really being able to create much. He'll look to probably play a bit more direct in this game with not too much threat coming from Marcus until that final attack and the shot that was, dare I say, bottled by CR7 in the box. I think that Dill will try and be direct, play the ball a little bit faster, look to use the wings nice and aggressively, and continue with that false 9 to keep possession of the ball.
Not happy with his 4-2-3-1 then. He has stuck to it almost religiously throughout FIFA 21. It gave him great fortune and indeed helped him on his rise to prominence throughout FIFA 20 and a little bit before that too. The second leg almost ready to get underway. Who will be advancing to the winner bracket final? A victory there will see them through all the way. A spot in the grand final with already, dare I say, a leg up your sleeve. If you like the competitor rising through the losers bracket, will need to win twice against that grand final competitor. We bring it back to you here and now. Semi-final number one. Treaders, are you sticking with Dylan? Is he going to be the man to break this deadlock?
I think so. If he's able to stay patient and essentially try and beat Marcus at his own game, Marcus's game plan is clearly just wear Dylan down and try and wait until a mistake happens. But I think Dylan has what it takes to stay composed.
We'll do our best to do the same. 0-0 in this second leg now. The winner bracket, semi-final number one. Marcus Gomes has been with Melbourne City for many, many years. And potentially, he's about to give them some of his best years. Dylan, significantly younger, about 6.5 years age gap between these competitors. And the new kids on the block, Treaders, they can surprise you. I think it's fair to say all of these competitors for this second qualifier now have appeared in at least one event, some of them a couple. Mark, who thankfully has had that name dilated somewhat, it's now just a very standard Mark. We'll see him a little later. This is Marcus Gomes. One block to Davies and a second to Ronaldo. A third good, patient, disciplined defending by Dylan. Here's the direct play you were talking about, Treaders. Rashford. Bursting into that gap is Rashford. Cutting back a little now. A step over or two. He runs out of space, time, and is dumped onto the turf.
And with a 5-3-2, you cannot afford to allow the essentially 8 at the back to get set in the slightest. Otherwise, you'll find that the attack is over before it has begun, especially with crossing not really being an option. A number of competitors will be happy to see you out wide in possession and not track those runs as aggressively as they may have earlier in FIFA 21 or in any other edition of FIFA, with the threat of the wing, of the cutback, especially those byline cutbacks. It's very rare to see any of those cutbacks work unless it's a mistake by the defender.
Will it be one mistake that separates the pair? Look at that overload on the left. Hernandez just trying to charge past Rashford. That's a poor giveaway, though. Dylan is prone to an error or two like that. I remember E-League Season 3. He thought it was going to be comfortable for him and Western United. He played it out with his goalkeeper to a centre-back, but it wasn't the centre-back at all. The opposing striker in the way. The opportunity was fluffed, and I'm sure that moment has been forgotten by many. Not old Nate PTK. He remembers all transgressions. Dylan, I'm sure, will be learning those lessons in the early stage of his thriving young career.
And that attack was looking so much better, going down the wing and cutting it back to the defensive mid. Your classic FIFA 21 build-up. But unable to capitalize. A lovely driven through pass using that R1 triangle down the byline now. But as spoken about previously, when you get into that position too close to the goal line, you'll find that there isn't too much reward, too much joy to be found. And you just run out of room, essentially, with the goal line acting as a second defender in those situations.
Zero. We will find this goal. If we don't, extra time. And if we still really can't, a penalty shootout awaits. I'm sure Brooklyn would be loving that. Neymar looking ahead. Lovely run. Is that played? Timed well it is. Mbappe. These are the moments for Dylan to capitalize on. Neymar. Mbappe. Look at the ball movement. Now on the right side. Rashford. And the shot past the post. Marcus with a stretch that suggests I may need to switch on just that little bit more. Dylan now, thankfully, with a smile of his own.
So much better in that attack. Moving that ball quickly from left to right and back across the middle. Getting so much space by using decoy runners. Use the directional nutmeg to create that final little bit of space for the cutback to the penalty spot. And Marcus using decoy runners of his own now with Alphonso Davies on his left, attempting a finesse. And the shot goes wide. These chances are starting to come out. Little bit of lapses in defense from both of these competitors who have been defending for so long now and defending so well. And Marcus holding up that attack, stopping the counter-attack, indeed. But Dylan, in this 4-2-3-1, knows his attacking patterns and indeed finds a beautiful run, and the shot is blocked by Marcus Gomes-Schmeichel. Another attack thwarted, and this game starting to open up, seeing some end-to-end action now.
Davies, one of the most sought after Team of the Year foot items. 99 acceleration, sprint speed, and agility. Means you can get a chem style, maybe not traditionally used or not your go-to, to boost the other stats. That base 83 finishing can be increased. And a few other things in between. 96 dribbling overall, if my memory serves. Ball inside for Dylan is in hope rather than anything else. James cuts it out to Kyle Walker. The inform moved to centre back, where he's been lining up for City. There is that plan C or D, the Marcus Gomes cross. It's taken until the end of the first half of the second leg for him to give it a go. There are no minutes to be added on. We are no closer to finding out who will be advancing through to the winner bracket final.
Dylan getting ahead on expected goals in that first half. Chances opening up for him, but also Marcus starting to ignore those fullbacks of his own in attack, which is just making it a little bit more predictable for Dylan to defend, meaning that he knows that Marcus is simply going to use those fullbacks as either an initial burst forward, but when he gets into that final third, those fullbacks essentially just stay out there occupying space with no real threat included in them. And that limits Marcus' attackers to essentially just the three, with the two up top and also Marcus getting Davies involved. I think Marcus would be well served using those fullbacks to create the width, and he'll find a lot more joy when Dylan has to defend out wide because of the overload that those fullbacks can create, and it will simply give him a numbers advantage in attack.
The second half of the second leg. Melbourne City, Marcus Gomes. When he's not at an Oceania event, it just doesn't feel quite right. He was there for number one. He did leave rather earlier than he would have liked, but by his own admission, wasn't good enough on the day and really used that time to watch the rest of that broadcast, and indeed the other regional qualifiers occurring around the world, to try and see what he could learn from different metas, which foot items are working. Can he put that all to good use here on the big stage? Mbappe, a little too hasty, and Marcus dribbles out of play.
And again, you get to that spot on the virtual pitch and your luck simply seems to run out. No options available there. But the options are there for either of these competitors if they want to take a risk to flick on that team press, change up some tactics. Good bursting run from Dylan out wide, using that fullback to draw players across. And getting these fullbacks involved yet again, a key proponent of the King in the Jungle, Emis Dasari's gameplay. And Dylan gets a nice little rebound and a driven shot finds the first goal of this game. And the deadlock is broken. It is 1-0 to Direwolves, Dylan.
And doesn't he just love it? Not the most spectacular goal he'll ever score, but one of the most important of this youthful career. DW Dylan into full gamer mode now, leaning in. He'll know that one goal could well be enough. And one feature that we haven't seen from him, I'm sure he'll alter it depending on opponent, is that good aggressive defending. Sure, in FIFA 21, numbers, bodies behind the ball, the most important thing. But we saw it there from kickoff. He'll mix it up occasionally, Treaders, really go at the ball carrier, catch them off guard. And this is almost death by possession at this point for Marcus Gomes.
And with Dylan switching up attacks, switching formations, seemed like he dropped into the false nine for a little bit, hoping for a bit more possession. And Marcus rushing things a little bit, but see that team press activated. Dylan will be feeling confident, will be feeling good, especially after scoring that goal. Trusting the 4-2-3-1 to get things done when no other competitor, at least in Oceania, will trust it. Dylan sticks to what he knows, and that is a wonderful overlapping run from Dylan's fullback. Ignored by the run by the defender of Marcus Gomes, Lacruqueta, and Dylan scores a second goal, all produced from the width provided by the fullback, and Dylan really stamping his authority on this clash.
Neymar at the double for DW Dylan, playing him in that traditional role, the center attacking mid. He wants him on the ball as much as possible. You can talk about that first goal, a rebound, but it is Neymar, the driving force of the attack. The fresh legs of Kulusevski on the left. Is it now time, perhaps, Treaders, for Marcus to change formation and get out of that 5-3-2?
Absolutely. The 5-3-2 is so defensively solid and so solid in possession. It's basically score that first goal or bust. And now Marcus will have to switch to probably a 4-4-2. Not ideal when Dylan is attacking as strongly as he was just in that last attack. But we've seen Marcus be so effective with the two strikers, and indeed with 4-4-2. He loves his co-op camera, and the 4-4-2 will allow you to press nice and aggressively and win that ball high up.
Centre back drawn out, Walker retreating now. Good defending. Marcus with those fullbacks coming up, the centre backs also being used manually to win it back. It will be helter-skelter for the remaining 15 minutes or so. There is Neymar, delicious, silky, dribbling on the ball before his teammate gives it away. Marcus Gomes, Alphonso Davies gets it to Ronaldo on the right foot. What a sliding challenge. Dylan with Walker. It may not be the last one he needs to make, but that was sublime.
Simply brilliant challenge there. Dylan mastering the last-ditch defending, and now already on the counter-attack. Marcus pouring bodies forward, but is able to get Adama back in time to avert that attack. 10 in-game minutes remaining now, and Marcus with numbers pouring forward. Dylan hoping for an offside, and indeed the offside is called. That pass just not quite timed the way Marcus would have liked. And again, Dylan will need to be solid in possession because Marcus will be pressing incredibly aggressively, particularly in the 4-4-2.
Scratching his temple, Marcus Gomes, the master. Some have referred to him as the godfather of modern FIFA esports here in Oceania. Has had comebacks greater than this. We'll need to go back to his kit bag and see what else is in there. The 4-4-2 team press, certainly applying pressure. But in that final third, Treaders, in his attacking box, he's not quite been clinical enough. That early chance in that first leg with Ronaldo will be ringing long in his memory.
And it's just been a surprising lack of decisiveness from Marcus when he gets into that final third. Not indecisive with the build-up or with the passing, but indeed with the choice of finish. So tough is it to score against Dylan at the best of times, and let alone when you don't have that many bodies forward, Dylan opting for a more laid back, less aggressive, more conservative style of defending in this matchup, and it has 100% paid off so far.
The team plan going to plan for Dylan. You'll have a look, check out nice and closely the design of the print on the corner flag. Traore, the last man you want to see on the ball if you're Marcus Gomes. That will be a foul with only a few minutes left. Dylan can enjoy some relaxation and indeed the opportunity to smile.
And we'll see some game management. 2 goals up, heading into the final moments of stoppage time of this matchup. And Dylan looks like he'll hold out possession and be victorious in this matchup.
Lovely through ball. The chip to try and finish it. Kasper Schmeichel slaps it away. Says, "You cheeky youngster, how dare you." Ball goes out of play. And today, so far, is Direwolves Dylan's day. He gets out of the chair. We know he likes a good chat on Discord while he's playing. Get his head where he needs it to be. And while Marcus Gomes, Treaders, was very adequate, not a lot that you could point out wrong about his play, in the end, Dylan risking it a little bit more, and maybe that's why he's through to the winner bracket final.
Felt like a war of attrition, a siege on both sides. Neither party really willing to give up the advantage, but Dylan took that risk, got a little bit lucky, but had the numbers forward to really capitalize on those rebounds. And in the end, he got the result he deserved, especially with the risk that he took when he was 1 goal up.
Marcus Gomes will be left to rue chances missed. If you are a fan, that is his first defeat. 2 defeats will knock you out, so he'll stay through in that loser's bracket. DW Dylan through to the winner's bracket final. From myself, Jay Treaders, and Nate PTK, that's game 1 of what we hope will be a vastly joyous day. Back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Mike LaBelle, we don't like clean sheets, but we saw it in the first leg. Oh, is that going to set the precedent for the day? Are we going to see plenty of clean sheets?
I sure hope not. That's not the precedent that I want to set. I'm hoping that we're going to set more examples of Nate adding a third person into the equation. He said, it's myself, Treaders, and Nate PTK. I say, wait a second. What happened here? When did we get 2 Nates into the house? Is that how we have to do this? There's a little double addressing as you see the opener goal. This is a very defensive matchup, very cagey in many regards, and it's starting to become a trend that Gomes has been struggling a little bit in this region this year, where he's getting himself into the regionals, getting himself into these tournaments, but he's not getting the results, even though he has the biggest name easily within the community. And if you don't score goals, you can't expect to win games. I know that sounds very cliche. You'd be like, great analysis work there, Mike, but it's true. You really can't review that game and be upset with a loss if you're not able to put anything past Dylan's goalkeeper.
Now, there wasn't many highlights to watch during that game or to even analyse. Mike, was it just a case of both of these players cancelling each other out with their own defensive play?
Well, with the opening leg getting started kind of slow, it was a little more cagey. I think there could have been some nerves first game on for the day. That kind of set the tone for that matchup when it was not very many opportunities. Then it became one of those matches where when I was watching, and I'm sure many of you at home were watching, you started to feel first person to score is going to put themselves in a major advantage in terms of this game, because we just weren't seeing a lot of that dynamic play going forward. We didn't have the ins and the outs and the razzle and the dazzle. There wasn't these full functioning offensive plays that had fluidity that we're used to seeing with the best of the free flow when you're talking about back and forth and high scoring affairs.
Well, I'm hoping for plenty of high-scoring affairs to come throughout the rest of the day. No more clean sheets, please. I'm putting it out there. Let's have a look at our winners bracket right now, though. This is how things stand currently after match number 1. It is DW Dylan from Dire Wolves who heads through to that winners bracket final. He will meet the winner of our next matchup, Naylor, taking on Mark 11. But as I said, it is double elimination, which means there is a losers bracket. These competitors going head-to-head will drop down into that losers bracket, but none of them want it. Naylor or Mark 11 both want to make their way through into that winners bracket final, taking on DW Dylan right there, hoping to get to the grand final as well. And that match is coming up very, very shortly, so make sure you do stick with us. Yes, Naylor taking on Mark 11 at the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Drama, showmanship, high emotions, and incredible comebacks. That's what the Oceania region is all about. Aneezer won the first qualifier, and after missing out from the first qualifier, Marcus Gomes is eager to get back into the spotlight. Jazz is one of the most valuable players in the region, and Greek Freak and Marco showed us why they are the region's elite. We have all the ingredients for a great spectacle. See you on February 13th and 14th on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA, and everybody will be able to receive swap tokens. FIFA Global Series 21 Oceania Qualifier 2 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. We've already had matchup number 1 in an exciting 2 days of FIFA 21 action. I can't promise you there's going to be no more clean sheets, but I'm putting it out there. We don't want to see any here at all. Joining me for the next couple of days is Mike LaBelle, as always. And Mike, we've got another matchup coming up very shortly. Can you promise me goals?
I don't know if I can promise you, but I'd love to sign on a dotted line somewhere to guarantee no more clean sheets.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants it at all. And the two guys going head to head right now. Naylor taking on Mark 11. And Mike, when we talk about the new guard in a way, when it comes to this region right here, these two facing off against each other, well, the entire 8 competitors going off against each other, they might be the new guard, but everyone knows who they are. They are household names.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, the majority of this region, at least for this specific event, are all players that we've seen in action before. We don't have rookies anymore. We saw Mark take part in the previous event. Otherwise, maybe he'd be our rookie story. But all these guys have a competitive experience, which is very important for winning events, making deep runs in tournaments, and also you're just confidence and presence in terms of knowing that you belong.
Now we can see some details on Mark right there. Born in 2004. Mike, he's even younger than DW Dillon. Wow. He's from Australia. All 8 competing are Australians. Favorite formation, 4-4-2. Favorite club, come on. Another Manchester City fan right there. And his first FIFA title was FIFA 17. And Mike, something I want to pick up just there. Favorite formation, 4-4-2. I mean, in the last game, we saw Marcus Gomes playing 5-3-2. And they talked about that being defensively solid, but do you need a more attacking formation, do you think, coming into FIFA 21?
It depends on your tactics, because we saw Dolan Mike not long ago put on an absolute showcase, a clinic. He actually kind of broke the 5-3-2 in the competitive world because of how many goals he was scoring, the overlapping runs with the fullbacks. A lot of this comes down to your personal tactics and your aim for your gameplay. How do you want to incorporate the formation that you're going to be using? You bring up the 4-4-2 as well. That's still a very common formation. We see multiple variations where that can look as a defensive 4-4-2, where you have everybody tracking back. It can be more balanced, or it can even look like a 4-2-4. So a lot of this comes down to your instructions, your tactics, your setup with how you'd like to go forward and how you'd like to track back.
Right, let's have a look at his opponent, Naylor. We've got his bio right here. We can see all of his details. Born in 2002, of course, Australia. Favorite formation, again, 4-4-2. And favorite club, Liverpool. Bit of a rivalry right there. First FIFA title, FIFA 12. So he's got a little bit more experience playing the game, Mike, but it was FIFA 17, as we talked about, where that competitiveness, the competitive element of the game really came into play.
Well, that was an introduction for many folks. A lot of people knew what was happening with the FIFA Interactive World Cup, that then, of course, was rebranded into the FIFA E World Cup. And that was the only tournament that they were aware of. We didn't have all these different regionals. We didn't have the ability to travel to multiple events. We didn't have a bigger or greater ecosystem until 2017. We didn't have it implemented online either. We didn't have this inclusion. If you remember the Weekend League or Foot Champs, a lot of people have already forgot that that's a new function in the whole FIFA franchise. That is a 2017 and onward function that allows you then to, of course, get verified, qualify for events, and prior to verification, you used to qualify for events directly based on your Weekend League results.
There we have it. It's good to find out all of these things from the old man, Mike LaBelle. He's been there, he's done it, he's seen it all throughout the years. Let's bring in our casters. We've got Nate Treaders and Nate PTK as well. Nate, there's 2 of you, right?
We're just excited. It's our own local tournament. We would have loved for some New Zealand competitors. It just so happened the way it worked. It is Aussies all the way through. So forgive me if I'm overexcited at times.
No, I love it. I love it. We've got to have some form of excitement because Treaders, that first matchup, 0-0. Can you promise me, please? We're going to see goals, right?
Oh, this one is going to be a goal fest. Mark my words. Both of these competitors pride themselves on their creativity in the final third and a little bit less so on their defense. Both of these guys are pro clubs attackers. So naturally, that attack is going to be unreal and the defense less of an emphasis.
Now, Nate, I need you to break this down for me because we are talking about this region. We're seeing 8 Aussies going head-to-head against each other over these next 2 days. And we know it's a fiercely competitive region, but when it comes down to actually head-to-head, would you say that there's some opponents that haven't even made it to this tournament, which you'd expect to?
Always. I think the quality of this region has been largely understated. A lot of the time, we've been merged with Asia in order to qualify. That's, again, probably why you see the genuine excitement on my face. The shine is all on the region. Competitors that maybe haven't got the chance before are getting it now. And then you have them up against the likes of Marco, Marcus, etc. The storylines are just pouring out of everywhere.
And one storyline we've not really got into just yet because we haven't seen him yet, but we will be seeing him a little bit later, is Marcus' brother, Dylan, GZ Dylan right there. Brotherly love, brotherly rivalry. I mean, Mike, that's the one we want to see. The battle of the mustaches, isn't it?
And shaping up. I mean, I wish I still had my mustache. I can compete in that area. That's the only facial hair I really get is a little mustache. Other than that, it's been peach fuzz and a dirty chin strap. But I'm trying. I'm trying my best.
It's better than me. It's better. I've got nothing. I've got nothing there. Anyway, let's move on from that one. Treaders, when we're seeing the two brothers going head to head, all right, and you see those two, we know and we see the love online, but when it comes to all of these competitors, really, not just the brothers, they all want to win this tournament because they know how big it will be in the grand scheme of things in the road to the FIFA E-World Cup.
Absolutely. And especially this event in particular, you want to get as high of a placement in this one as you can because that takes the pressure off you when you go into qualifier 3. Going to qualifier 3, that ends up being a little bit of a last ditch, kind of a hit and hope, and anything can happen, especially with a double elimination bracket. You could match Dylan and then you can match Neza. We saw Neza in the losers bracket of all places. So anything can happen and you want to get the job done now before it gets too late.
Right, let's kick off the predictions then. Naylor taking on Mark 11. I'm going to go first this time. I'm going to say Mark 11. He had that cheeky smile last time out, last time we saw him. So he's got my vote right there. Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
This is a more difficult match to call. And in the previous game, I felt really good about Dylan being able to get a result. I didn't necessarily think it would be that low scoring, but both of these players are a little more unpredictable with how they attack and both relying on going forward pretty frequently. But I'm going to join you. We'll go with the double dip where we'll bring Mark as the youngest guy here and a 2004 birthday. 2004 birthday. That just is wild. All these 2000s are making me uncomfortable.
Yeah, believe me. I'm with you there, Mike. Right, Nate, who are you going for? You going to make it a triple dip?
I'm not. I'm going to go with Naylor. What will we give him the tag of the most underrated competitor in Australia?
Wow. I mean, that is a tag to give him. And Treaders, who are you going for? What side are you on?
I'll be joining Nate for the first time in a while. We've been trying to stick apart, trying to avoid the hive mind, but the hive mind has returned. I think, as Nate said, Nail is quite underrated. He gets results when they matter, and his attack is just so brutal, so overwhelming.
Right, let's see what happens in that matchup then. Yes, we've got Naylor taking on Mark 11, the second game of the FIFA 21 Global Series, Oceania Qualifier number 2. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you very much, Mike. And Kyle, again, if we want to double dip with names, I'll do it all night, baby. My name is Nate Patrick, or Nate PTK. I'm joined by Joshua Treadrell to dox you completely, good sir. And if that first game, semi-final number 1, is 2 names that are certainly known not just in Australia, but around the world, Naylor and Mark, I think you'd put them maybe in the hidden gem category, Treaders.
Absolutely, and gems they are indeed. Well known amongst our pro clubs community, as I keep going back to. That's where they first started really competing, and that's why they'll have that extra composure. Nothing quite like the pressure of having so many independent bodies pressing every single option you might have. Naylor competing for a little bit longer than Mark 11, and I think Naylor has developed his defensive game as well as his attack, which is so unpredictable and so incredible.
Kyle and Mike keep saying no one wants to see clean sheets. As a goalkeeper, a defensively minded FIFA player throughout my career, clean sheets are plenty. I'll get excited about a good sliding challenge as much as a goal itself, but my day is well and truly in the past. We have these new wave treaders, 2 competitors that are, again, born in the 2000s. Mark is just 16 years old. And we talk about how grateful I am, you are, we are to have these events. Only 2 years ago, these competitors would not have been deemed old enough to even compete in their national tournament. It was an 18-year-old cap. Dylan Gomes now finally getting his chance. Mark, Dylan, Naylor, and many more the same. The 2 competitors almost ready to get underway. I'm sure we're going to see, Treaders. If nothing else, some nice love, some happy smiles between these 2. They are very relaxed, carefree characters.
And the unique thing about the way Mark plays his games, he plays it from all the way back here. He plays it miles away, as we'll see his webcam come on. And the game getting underway now. Naylor in the yellow and Mark in the black kit.
Mark sitting so far back, he might be in another room by halftime. This is the winner bracket, semi-final number 2. The winner will take on DW Dylan. In that winner bracket final, it is Naylor versus Mark. And again, Naylor 18 years old, Mark just 16. And look at that ball and finish. I called him the most underrated competitor in the region. He might not be like that for very long, with goals like that through R9.
The build-up superb. The composure to take the finish even better. Naylor showing that attacking class, getting numbers forward, using player lock. La Croqueta cancels. The whole bag of tricks coming out in that attack. And Mark looking helpless to do anything about it. But Mark, early on in FIFA 21, one of the most grinded, one of the competitors who grinded the game the most, had arguably the most games played out of any competitor in our region, and dare I say, even the world. The man was on an insane grind. Grade 12 putting a little bit of a stop to that for the moment, but he will still have that threat of every single attack producing a piece of magic.
Coming forward again, Ronaldo. Getting past the defender, and there is 2 in quick time. You wanted goals, well, you've got them early. It's Naylor and CR7 again.
And Naylor with the mixed bag, essentially making Mark's defenders look like training cones. Just passing, moving, using skill moves to create additional space, and Mark already under the pump, so much so that the 2 attacks, 2 possessions indeed, that Naylor has had have both resulted in goals. If this matchup continues this way, the first leg could end up 13-14-0.
My thoughts are in that round 3 game that Mark had against Doggies 125. It was 10 goals to 6. A bit more traditional in round 4 against ground 0 Dylan. 4-2 over him. If we're going to talk up Dylan Gomes, and well we should, we best put the respect on the 16-year-old's name as well. He's going to need to come back from an early 2-goal disadvantage. Believe that was a foul in the area, maybe just offside either way. Naylor will come forward again, and a feature of Naylor's play, you've seen him, no doubt, on a few occasions. He is as direct as they come, Treaders.
And he utilizes every single skill move he has at his disposal to full effect, using that to turn his opponent's defenders. And on top of that, if the skill moves aren't enough and you're more of a traditionalist, as Mark has a very threatening attack here. Cuts it back arguably a little bit too far, but keeping that possession going. Still, Mark in possession, has the ball into the box, onto the penalty spot, and he finishes with aplomb. The little drag back to create the space just froze Naylor's defender, and the finish from Mark brings him back into this contest, 2-1.
Sometimes the most basic skill moves are still the most effective. The drag back, but then exiting out the front from where he started. Absolutely doing the defender. 2-1 as the 30-minute mark ticked on by. Again, I'm a fan of classical defending. Good reading of your opponent. But the goal scored already. Something to behold. Naylor straight back into things. It is why he does not overly celebrate. He knows the journey that is yet to come. Sergio Ramos stepping out of that back line to make the challenge for Mark, and then the pass back into Goretzka. Mark actually packed, if you would believe it. 92, UCL, Cristiano Ronaldo. And then when he tweeted, he said, "Is it okay to bench this fraud?" SMH my head! Twitch chat, if only I could have that arrogance if my team was that good. We'll see which foot items, if you like, one loss. Yes, they go to the losers bracket, but they will stay on.
And a feature of both of these competitors' gameplay, as Mark does really well to keep that ball in, not fouled by Naylor, much to his disappointment, but is the left stick dribbling combined with the skill moves. Naylor very direct, as you mentioned previously. Now looking to cut it back. The ball, the rebound finds its way to Naylor's attackers still. Holding that play up, looking to recycle, getting a better opportunity, a bridge, a scoop turn, cutting that ball back. Still around the penalty spot, the threat hasn't gone away. Enough space to get a shot off, and Naylor's patience pays off. A wonderful world-class goal from Naylor, and Mark can do nothing but scratch his head as Naylor takes a bigger advantage yet again.
Did we mention that he's unsigned? He is competing in the E-Club World Cup. We believe that deal is just for that tournament. Esports orgs, A-League clubs, I hope you're watching wide-eyed. He has represented Brisbane Roar in the past alongside Aussie FIFA HD. The Brisbane Roar duo absolutely destroying opponents throughout that competition. And here in the second Oceania regional qualifier for FIFA 21, Neymar is not there. I thought he was about to be subbed off. Mark has got him on alongside Mbappe. But Naylor, 3-1 up. Early doors. I don't think this will rattle Mark that much though, Treaders.
This man was the king of the comeback in qualifier 1. Came back from numerous disadvantages and always found a way to get back into the game. The game has changed a little bit with the nerf to the team press, which means it will be a little bit more of a struggle, but that is not to take away the attacking threat that Mark does pose, particularly when his opponent is Naylor, who will continually look to attack, look to push forward, look to score as many goals as possible, with his motto being that his attack is his best form of defense.
Jimmy Dimes in the chat says Naylor is cooking right now. Good to see fans enjoying the FIFA esports action. This is the first leg. Naylor up 3-1. Renato Sanchez thought that ball might be played forward. Naylor waiting for his clinical, clear-cut chance. Goes back to Firmino. Good dribbling forward to try and bait the defensive movement. Kimmich gets the read, Gets the foot in the way. Mark could do well just to hold a little of this football. He is well down on possession. But it's not enough just to hold it, is it, Treaders? You need to move it around nice and quickly. Start creating some gaps in your opponent's defense.
The more you hold that ball in a non-threatening area, the easier it is for your opponent to shut you down. It just allows your opponent to really force you into an area that you don't want to be in. Naylor using that player lock to buy him a little bit of time with some decoy runners. Something that will be a mainstay of his gameplay will be that player lock. Did not quite execute the skill move on that occasion, giving that ball away in a half-decent area to Mark. There is so much space for Naylor when he gets into the final third because of the fact that Mark is attacking with two strikers rather than using a cam or indeed the 5-3-2, but unable to make that numbers advantage in his own attack count.
What a through pass. Mbappe up against Varane. A lovely ball inside. One more. Ronaldo into the side netting. You could see it coming. And while it was well worked and well finished, that through ball pierced the midfield straight from defense to attack. Incredible build-up. And Team of the Year, CR7, will not be missing that.
So straightforward, so direct. But Naylor's overall skill level and ability to create space in a one-on-one situation creates that chance. The through ball, incredible. But the composure and the decision-making at the final product was as good as you'll see. He could not have played that any better. Baited the centre-back across, making Mark think he was going to take the shot on. But indeed, he waited and waited for the perfect moment to cut that ball back to CR7 and finished with aplomb. And again, Mark down the other end now, playing direct. Neymar just onside. Perfectly timed was that pass. A turn available. And turning onto his left is read by Naylor yet again. Naylor working so hard on his defense, knowing that is the weaker point of his gameplay. And only relatively weaker. I say weaker, but it's still better than a number of our regular number. It is better than most normal average FIFA players. But his attack is definitely up there with most of the players in the world FIFA scene. That pass, that deflection rather, going offside. Unfortunately for Naylor.
I hope you all can appreciate Treaders finding the nice words so he doesn't insult all you Gold 3 peasants. I'll call it like it is. I know what you're thinking. Only because that's generally what I play to. Neymar off the woodwork. Goodness gracious me. I actually held myself slightly about that chance, thinking it didn't look that good. Credit to Mark. Off balance with Neymar. Good enough to get the shot away. But on the outside of that right post. And it stays at 4-1. Mark, you sense getting a little bit nervous now. It's all good and well. Even in these matches off broadcast leading up to the big weekend. To be 4-1 down, to do it in front of hundreds of thousands of people is something else entirely.
Mark now on that counter-attack, but Naylor able to cut those passes out. I would really love to see Naylor attacking in a 4-4-2. I think, even though it seems funny for me to say, I would like to see him play an even more attacking formation considering how good his attack is. I just feel that if he plays with those two strikers, occupies those two centre-backs entirely, he will find that the way that Mark is defending so high up with his central midfielders and running his DMs out of the game as Naylor goes into the end of the first leg of 4-1. I'll come back to that point in a moment.
It's good play, Treaders, and it is extremely exciting to watch. We talked in that first leg, or rather our first game of the day, Marcus Gomes not doing a lot wrong. The defensive errors in Mark's game are there to see, and yet I think it's only fair to focus on Naylor's excellent attacking play. His movement, his skill moves are the reason those defenders look like they're on ice skates.
That goal is incredible, and only 4 minutes in, the man was ready to put on a performance. And an old football saying is, a good one-on-one breaks any system, or something along those lines, meaning that if you're able to win that one-on-one battle with your defender, it doesn't matter what system is thrown at you, you'll be able to create chances and score goals. Indeed, Naylor winning so many one-on-one battles and creating situations for a one-on-one. And this goal so well worked. The luck raqueta cancel into the heel-to-heel to create that final bit of space. Just simply beautiful FIFA.
I think Naylor's expression said it all. He could barely believe the brilliance he was producing. That one you saw, that final part of that killer pass out of defense into the attack, and Naylor with the big advantage heading into leg 2. That will be with you in just a moment's time. My name is Nate PTK. I'm with Jay Treaders. And Treaders, for Mark, you review that, you maybe look at your defending and say, I was just beaten by the better man. He's only scored 1 goal, an albeit brilliant goal. What can he do to work on his attack in this second leg?
Oh, I think I was hoping you'd ask about his defense, but in his attack especially, I think utilizing the full width of the pitch, he got caught in some very narrow areas. I think utilizing those fullbacks to full effect, especially when you're playing the 4-4-2, it can just draw the additional man out of defense, especially if your opponent is trying to defend nice and aggressively as Naylor is. I think those fullbacks getting involved, especially when he's got nothing to lose, he's 3 goals down, he needs to create those chances. And when you involve those fullbacks, particularly when they're on balance rather than stay back, they tend to get back in time as well, especially if you're able to still apply pressure to the ball carrier. It's not every day that your fellow competitor will be able to whip that threaded through pass like we saw Naylor do, but that threaded through pass just came about because of the lack of pressure. And even with the fullbacks on stay back, that pass was still found. So I think on stay back while attacking for Mark, it limits his attack, but it also doesn't particularly help him too much in defense because those through balls are still finding their way through.
You wanted to talk about the defense, Treaders. I see you there chomping at the bit. Apart from the fullbacks, is there anything else about Mark's defending you think he can improve on there? He did concede 4.
Yeah, I think at the moment, the way he's defending, he's pushing the central midfielders up so high. He doesn't have any additional support really coming in from any other players. And so when Naylor gets it to his cam or to his striker, it's already a one-on-one. And against Naylor, that is not a very good game plan at all. I know it might work against your average attacker, but Naylor is another beast. You need to trust in your system. Get bodies back behind that ball. I can't believe I'm advocating for a 5 at the back, but you need to get bodies back because Naylor will beat you in a one-on-one situation 9 times out of 10 because of the variety of attacking styles and attacking skill moves that he has at his disposal.
I've taken on Naylor just the once in weekend league. I assure you, I went straight to a 5-4-1 and I still lost 2-0. The man in one-on-one battles is just a joy to watch. Hopefully, for you at home, you're learning a little bit, you're taking some notes, or you're just enjoying the pure goal scoring of a brilliant FIFA esports creator. Incredible as well, Treaders, to think that these competitors, 18 and 16, still might have their best years ahead of them.
just insane. And as you mentioned before, it was only until recently that our own National League had an age limit of 18. So we wouldn't be seeing Mark compete at this level in our own National League until now. But him being 16 and playing as well as he can, he's got so many good years ahead of him, particularly once he's able to finish his schooling. He'll find that at university, utilizing FIFA as essentially a part-time, full-time job, whatever he wants to do, as we get underway here on the second leg. 4-1 advantage to Naylor, with Mark with so much work to do.
How long will Mark wait before he starts to really risk things? 4-1 down on aggregate. The loser will head on down to the losers bracket. Still time to breathe in this tournament. But for Naylor, it will feel very close, very realistic now. The winner bracket final spot against Dylan would and should be his, barring a very, very remarkable comeback. Dylan, no doubt, watching on, wondering who his opponent might be, and taking the time to do a bit of learning. There we go, and that's what we want to see. A bit more from Mark. It's all good and well to have jockeying, standing off the attackers with your defenders as your plan A of defending, but you do need to mix it up, don't you, Treaders? Push the centre back out on occasion and put that doubt in your opponent's mind.
And indeed, keep that pressure on the ball carrier, as that is so well cut out by Naylor. But when Mark gets that additional pressure on, rushes Naylor a little bit, you find that Naylor has to make a quick decision. And as counterintuitive as it is when you're defending against a skiller to get tight, because it seems like they'll just simply turn you, that is what you must do. You cannot afford an ounce of space when someone is skilling on you, whether that be in real life or indeed in FIFA.
Good calm play at the back from Mark. Happy to pass back before going forward. It is always a fine balancing act between clearing the ball out of danger or holding on to treasured possession. Mbappe still has it for Mark. Back to Goretzka. Gets it back from Kimmich. German double team. And the ball into Mbappe. No good. Naylor's defense has been quite excellent. You see, not just guarding passing lanes. At some points, he's not even worried about the ball carrier. He's worried about that next pass. Where is it going to go to?
And that's a sign of a competitor who understands the game, understands the FIFA systems. A one-on-one opportunity for Naylor. Gets a couple of rebounds, gets a third rebound, still in possession. Out wide, doing well to hold on to possession. Looking for a passing option, calls one short. And indeed, the jockeying, the press from Mark does well enough, and Mark can start a counter attack of his own. And that through pass, indeed, opening up so many options. But the through pass played too late. The limitations of the tele camera that Mark is using on display. Simply cannot see that pass without checking the mini-map. And when you're playing a game of milliseconds, that can hurt you when you're trying to hit on the counter-attack.
It is a feature of the best FIFA esports competitors, knowing exactly where all your players are on the pitch. The run was made, it was not seen. An excellent opportunity goes to waste. Mark again mixing up the defending. You see, occasionally pressuring the ball carrier. Sometimes standing off. Look at that. Mendy, the left back, getting forward, turned over again. And now there's space in behind. Ben Yedder is mowed down by Mendy. And Naylor not giving an inch in this first leg. Even his mistakes are resulting in the ball being given back straight to him.
And Mark is really starting to show that he has that extra defensive presence of mind to keep the pressure on Naylor and at least put some doubt in his mind. But when you're in a one-on-one situation with Naylor, you have to make that challenge. And indeed, Mark times the challenge to perfection. And it is opening up in this second leg. As much as Naylor probably would prefer to shut up shop a little bit, to slow the pace of the game down. You just feel that whoever scores the first goal of this second leg will dictate the way the rest of this contest plays out. If Mark is able to snag a goal back, his confidence will skyrocket and Naylor will start to get a little bit nervous.
Still 0-0 in this second leg. Naylor more than happy to rotate that ball back and forth, not force anything. The 3-goal buffer, plenty to play with. Mark has done well to defend, but that might need to change to be a bit more aggressive, whether it's with his approach or with his system. If he came out defending like this, it would have been fine, but the match situation very different indeed. Naylor, so calm and composed. The ball roll, the turn, and that, even before the second half gets underway, may well be the sealer.
The composure from Naylor, the defensive work that he put in to win that ball back high up on the pitch, and the composure when he had the one-on-one with the goalkeeper, so outstanding, using the ball roll to send the keeper the wrong way, including a fake shot to send the defender the other way. Just that combination of skill moves so deadly, and Naylor finishing with absolute aplomb with the finesse.
Perhaps time for the old 4-1-2-1-2. The flat 4-4-2, probably the preference when it comes to pressing opponents in FIFA 21. Naylor will start with the football. It is time for him to really start risking things. Goal difference not a factor in these tournaments, in these events. A 10-1 loss, the same as 5-1. Treaders, he might as well really go for it and start utilizing team press as much as the game will allow.
And the 4-1-2-1-2, unless your opponent is playing those aggressive forward passes, is just such a hard formation to press with because of how narrow it is. Your opponent has free reign when they go out wide to retain possession, and indeed, that is where Naylor is looking, and Naylor recognizing the press with a foul given away to Naylor. Naylor with the ball once again. But when you're using that narrow formation, your opponent can simply relax on the ball and switch the play through the centre backs or through the goalkeeper and find a wide open man. And all that results in happening in the narrow formation on team press is that your players will run out of stamina a lot quicker than they would have without it.
Not sounding very hopeful then. Treader's analysis on Mark and his ability to come back. He's going to need this second goal quickly. As those players tire, it only gets harder and harder to do. That's a good win. Ben Yedder, very wide, near post. There is one. 3 to go if you're Mark 11.
And a surprising lack of composure there from Naylor, but the press, the finish as well. Composure from Mark 11, finding Ben Yedder. Ben Yedder, despite his small frame, using his balance, using his strength to hold off the challenge. And that finish, so composed. So well does Mark know this game that he knows to take that shot near post. And Mark still going forward yet again Numbers pouring forward for him. Decoy runners. And now Ben Yedder with a lot of space, and the hits the crossbar. That would have been massive. But so much space afforded to him by Naylor, and Naylor really under the pump right now.
Anywhere will do. Really good header. And Ronaldo releases his namesake, keeper out of position. You know how this one ends. Naylor does keep his composure on that occasion, and his 4-goal buffer is back. How about that ball roll? It might have been predictable from where we're sitting, but it's no yes brilliant when done under these pressure circumstances.
A lot of players in FIFA 21 would try to either, in so many facets of that attack, there's so much to break down there. You've got the option from Naylor to, rather than risk playing out from the back, as we see so many players attempt to do, and so many competitors attempt to do, he opts for the long pass, knowing that he's got the team of the year, CR7, up top to win that ball back. And he does indeed knock that ball down, plays a through pass, and then the finish. The finish. Ball rolling to create the space rather than chipping or finessing or taking the shot on. Taking the absolute best option at the last possible moment, meaning turning a 40% chance into an 80% chance.
The end-to-end action will continue until the end. 4 goals behind once more is Mark 11. And it's Naylor with the ball. The Twitch chat getting very excited with that earlier strike from Mark that hit the crossbar. Indeed, fans tuning in from all around the world. Lofted ball forward, easily gathered by Edison. These are big moments, historical moments for Oceania. I know Moswed, FIFA esports competitor, is hosting a watch-along. Get around that if you're a fan of the Melbourne Victory, man. Naylor forward again, the extra pass. Yes, please. The numbers advantage utilized to perfection. It's another goal for Naylor and another one for R9.
So direct in that attack. 4 passes total in that attack. 4 to 6 passes if we're being precise. All coming from a lofted over the top ball from Edison. Finding the head of CR7 perfectly. And that knock on with the through pass, brilliant. Attempting the spectacular is Mark 11. Knowing his time is up, so he may as well try and score a compilation goal. And now Naylor will look to launch it long yet again. Unfortunately, unable to execute it this time, but so many numbers pushing up for Mark 11 that Naylor, all he needs to do is turn one player and he's got a 4-on-3 situation.
Dancing around with Rashford. This is R9 doing something similar. The pro club's background really coming to the fore for a lot of these goals. You might expect to see them in an Ozilla highlight reel. You're seeing them here on the big stage in FIFA esports with Naylor through ball. Brought back with Mbappe as we hit a point of formality. Mark has run into a Queensland tornado, and that one is named Nail. Look at that pass again. The Ronaldos are having a party. It ain't to be, Mark, right now. The no celebration. Someone's got to call this one soon. Otherwise, Mark's going to truly fall off that chair and never come back.
I am out of superlatives to describe Naylor's build-up. The goals, they speak for themselves. The scoreline speaks for itself. So dominant in attack is Naylor. You give him half an inch of space, he will take a mile. And Naylor will be happy to see this one out to the end, with Mark no longer pressing players out of stamina, and this game is well and truly done.
Mark knows he will have another opportunity. He'll head to the losers bracket. And Naylor, dare I say, happier with an 8-2 scoreline than a 9-2 one. If you know, you know. An emphatic display from Naylor. I don't normally like to abuse or criticism on our lovely caster and analyst, but they did both predict Mark. They were both a little bit wrong, Treaders.
It is what it is. I'll stay out of that beef there, but just so brilliant was Naylor's attack. You just feel that if he's able to take his defense to the next level, he will be such a threat on the world stage. He's got all the tools in attack. So unpredictable is he that when that defense eventually does click, and it will, he's only 18. When that defense clicks, he will be all over the competitive scene.
An emphatic display from Naylor. He advances to play DW Dillon in the winner bracket final. We'll throw it back now to our excellent host and analyst, Kyle and Mike.
Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that one, trying to get yourself back in the good books after slagging us off right there. Mike, we didn't get the prediction right, but there was goals, so who cares?
There's been times that we get all the predictions right and we don't rub it in their face because we have a class. We have class, we're a class act. We're also used to getting things correct where they kind of mix it up. They share in results all the time. Also, Nate's been doing this whole me, myself, and I thing, and each one of those versions of him has a different prediction. As you see, beautiful overlapping runs. Just a lot of space here, and it was an attacking showcase from Naylor. You got to give him a lot of credit. He gave the cancellations, he had the stops, the pops. Very innovative in many ways. We expected this to be a game that did not include clean sheets. We were not disappointed. It's a great follow-up as well from the opener, which was very cagey. This is the opposite of that. We had a lot of build-up. Beautiful work there. We thought there might have been a comeback on, but we couldn't have been more wrong. And I'm just happy to see a bunch of goals being scored, especially post-patch. I feel with this newest of patches that it's made the game a little more defensive because it's eliminated some of the ease of the team press. As you see, too much space inside the box, the creativity, just having a certain ability to orchestrate attacks, especially in the final thirds. You need to have immense creativity in order to create opportunities time and time again.
And Mike, it did seem like Naylor set off from the beginning to showcase what he was capable of, and he managed to do that. He went all-out attack that first leg. Second leg was a little bit different, with the first goal coming right on the strike of half-time. And you can see by Mark 11's reaction just there, he looks a little bit dejected. He looked a little bit down. Did he just not get into the game, Mike?
Well, when you go down early, if you're not able to make a rebuttal, if you're not able to get on the board quickly, it can get ugly. And that's kind of what happened. Naylor never let up. And this was not one of those games where you saw a comeback. And just way too much space. Defensively, very aggressive. And it made life very easy for Naylor, who's someone who specializes in the attack. And as you're going for it, as you're pushing bodies forward with Mark, of course, there's going to be more space in behind. And Naylor found that space time and time again. Frequent activity.
We could see by Mark's face as well, he just felt like the goals kept on coming and coming and coming, and there was nothing that he could do about it. Even into the final few minutes of the second leg, Naylor, he was non-stop, Mike. Look at that goal.
It was just tasty. There's so many intricacies in that final goal, for example, with cancellations. You see the La Croqueta cancel. You see the fake shot cancel. You also see a body feint used in an unusual manner in order to set up kind of the 1-2 or the game of cat and mouse between the two strikers. I mean, you see it, 10 shots, 10 on frame, 8 goals.
And you can see right there as well that Mark just didn't get a chance. 4 shots, I think he got 2 on target. He just wasn't given the opportunity. Let's not say that he didn't try. He wasn't given the opportunity, Mike, to attack by Naylor.
Well, it's not Naylor's job to be Christmas or Santa Naylor. He's already past that point in time. We're in February right now. You don't have to get anything. And they're not Valentines for each other, clearly. So he's not giving him the chocolates. He's not hooking him up with some flowers. no surprises for you, or unless it was hitting the back of the net. I mean, 80% on the finishing. If you see the 8 goals on 10 shots, that's pretty impressive. I don't care if you're playing the weekend league, division rivals versus your friends, but yet alone in a competitive event, fair play to you.
Definitely, he deserves all the round of applause, and that does set up our next matchup. Yes, not the grand final. I'm getting ahead of myself. The winners bracket final right there. Calm down, Kyle. Calm down a little bit. Yes, we've got the bracket, as you can see, DW Dillon taking on Naylor in that winners bracket final. That will be coming up shortly after DW Dillon beat Marcus Gomes, and then Naylor beating Mark 11 8-2, and that sets up our winners bracket final. These two going head to head. And Mike, before we get into breaking it down properly after the break, just before we get into there, a little bit of a preview. What do you expect from this winners bracket final?
I still think there's going to be goals. I definitely don't want to write somebody like Dillon off either, even though the first game where he was up against Gomes wasn't necessarily an all-out attack. It didn't have that easy on the eyes. You might not have made new fans getting that result as one of those where you really squeaked out the result. It does not mean that he's not going to be competitive in this game, even though we just saw such an impressive Naylor performance.
Hopefully there's going to be plenty of goals as well. We do not want any clean sheets around here, right? That winners bracket final is coming up very, very shortly. Make sure you stick around. DW Dillon taking on Naylor. It's the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. We'll be back in a few minutes.
FIFA Global Series Oceania Qualifier 2 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is Oceania Region Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. We've already had our first 2 matches in the winners bracket, and coming up shortly we have our winners bracket final. Mike LaBelle is joining me for the next couple of days. We've promised you goals. We've promised you no clean sheets. And if we don't get that, make sure you mention Mike on Twitter. It is all his fault. Mike, yeah?
Well, I heard if we see any more clean sheets, there's a bucket hat behind you that you're going to put the bucket hat on for us, which I'm very interested in watching or seeing or witnessing or being a part of, because I don't think I've ever seen you put that thing on. So I've never seen you do any fishing before. So please, bucket hat Kyle, let's make an appearance. Maybe I'm rooting for one more clean sheet. I don't know.
It's there for show. It is there for show. All right. If you are joining us, though, over the next couple of days, we've got some special rewards for you. And remember that during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your own viewership rewards. Now, for the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world compete and get the highest of levels. Now, simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on these select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. Now, remember that these tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your account, but when they appear, they are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with some great pack rewards up for grabs. Now, the more tokens you earn by watching on the select weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. So don't miss out. Link your account and watch the FIFA 21 Global Series and redeem those rewards. Now, we've also got something special for you this weekend as well. Only this weekend. If you are joining us and you do watch an hour of the action right here, yes, an hour of the FIFA Global Series action this weekend on Twitch, remember, linked Twitch and EA account, you'll also receive a Resende Tifo to use within your Ultimate Team. So make sure you are getting it done. Do it now. Right, Mike, we talked a little bit about Resende's love heart before. It's a bit like that, isn't it?
It's got like some extension going on. Throw it up, let's get it. I don't know.
What would yours be? If you had a Tifo, I'm trying to get us a Tifo within the game. What would you do? Come on, show me.
Oh, I like that. Do you remember the Vince Carter days? I feel like I'd like a Tifo when he stuck his arm in the rim. I think this would look hilarious. And I have like an emote in my chat where it's like an arm, so I just think that would work really well. I don't know if that's possible whatsoever, but you put me on the spot, and that's my answer, Kyle.
I like it. I like putting you on the spot and just seeing what you come up with. Very creative. I will take that one right there. Now, also, something we have got for you is the FIFA Face-Off. Yes, an opportunity for members of the community, you guys watching, to get in touch and get a chance to participate in a FIFA-themed game show. And here is a video telling you what it's all about.
Hey, what's good, FIFA community? It's Castro here, and listen up. The FIFA Global Series Face-Off is about to launch, and we want to know if you...
Me?
What, me?
Yeah, you.
And we want to know if you have what it takes to participate with FIFA pros and celebrities.
For a prize pool of up to $25,000.
Team up with FIFA pros and celebrities in a brand new game show.
FIFA Face-Off.
Teammates, because they're playing to win you money.
Brilliant. What are you waiting for?
I'm bringing all the smoke. You weren't ready for this?
Nah, come on. It's about to go down.
Ready? Click on the URL and enter for your chance to participate and win.
You've got pros, you've got celebrities, and there could also be you as well playing in FIFA Face-Off. So make sure that you do submit your videos for a chance to be a contestant on the show. There'll be influencers helping to select the community contestants. So make sure you're reaching out. Make sure you head to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off. Submit those videos by February 19th. The clock is ticking away. There's only 6 days left, but the chance to win $25,000 prize pool per episode. Mike, they better get those videos in ASAP.
Yeah, when they had the screen came up, I started like clicking on my wrist to notify about the clock situation. You're running out of time, and then I realized I didn't have a watch, so I was kind of happy there was a graphic in between me just tapping my wrist to say, hey, something's happening. But seriously, if you want to get involved, which you should do, $25,000 on the line. You're getting to play with celebrities, the biggest FIFA creators, pro players. There's really nothing to lose here. Submit a video, get yourself an opportunity. Who wouldn't like some extra cash flow to play with some of the most influential people in our community?
Right, let's bring the discussion back to this weekend. It is the Global Series. It's Oceania Qualifier number 2, and we've got our winners bracket final coming up for you shortly. DW Dylan taking on Naylor. And Mike, when these two are going head-to-head, are we seeing a defensively minded player taking on an attacking minded player in the final?
Well, in previous matchups, Dylan hasn't been this super defensive player, so I almost blame that maybe on Gomes, making it more of a low-scoring affair. I'm not saying that Dylan is as gifted as Naylor is going forward, but he usually played more of a balanced game. So I'm expecting this to be maybe more of a mix. I don't think this will be a very cagey affair. I don't think Naylor plays a style that allows for that type of game. You're either going to score against him or he's going to score against you. He's one of those guys that kind of forces the agenda and really dictates or is going to at least disrupt the pace of the game.
Now, two guys that know everything about this region, Nate and Treaders. Let's bring them into the conversation. Treaders, I'm going to come straight to you. We're talking about Dylan taking on Naylor. We're talking about a defensive-minded player from what we've seen this weekend against an attacking-minded player. What are we going to see in this one, Treaders?
I think Mike hit the nail on the head perfectly. I think Dylan was quite limited by the way that Marcus set out to play, playing that 5-3-2, playing that really war of attrition. Dylan traditionally will hit you on the counter-attack occasionally, but he plays his best FIFA when he's able to play the passing game. His left stick dribbling is quite underrated, and so he'll be happy playing against Naylor and getting more opportunities to go forward.
Now, we've obviously just seen Naylor come off the back of a huge win, Nate. So when you're looking at this final, do you think he's going to be full of confidence and maybe scoring lots of goals?
It's hard to look past him, isn't it? We thought Naylor was going to have an excellent tournament. Now an 8-2 win. We've seen throughout previous events that playing back-to-back can be a big advantage. Those hands are warmed up. It's looking green lights for that man, Naylor.
Right, let's get into the predictions then. I'm interested to see how the casters go on this one. So, Nate, I'm starting with you. Who are you going for?
Man, whatever Mike LaBelle says, I'm just such a big fan. That guy's hair is on point. He knows everything there is about FIFA. So whatever Mike says, I'm just going with that king, you know?
Okay, all right. So we're gonna go straight
He's
to Mike. He's
blindly going to me. That's risky. That's a risky move.
Mike, who are you going for?
All right, so this is a situation. I feel that Dylan has a much better package to offer than what we've seen thus far in this tournament, and mainly because of the Gomes matchup and it just being very defensive. However, I would just feel like it's an absolute disrespect to go against Naylor, and then some of the skill move combinations and the build-up play and the free flow that he had in that last matchup. He made Mark look very normal, and that's just not the case. Mark has been a stud in this region this year, really having a breakout year, and I really rate what I saw from Naylor, so I'm expecting him to score more goals and that he's going to get the win, and apparently Nate and I are going to agree off default.
That's it. Nate, yours has been decided for you. Treaders, who are you going for?
It's got to be Dylan. Obviously, a little bit of bias being part of the organization.
Super bias! Let's go!
But
that's why I went Naylor too, because I already knew where he was going. I know where Treaders was going.
I think Dylan's defensive package will limit Naylor's ability to attack. I think Dylan's one of the best defenders in the region, just purely by the way he marshals and forces you into areas that you can't really create any chances out of. So I'm going to lock in Dylan on this one.
Stop making excuses. We know why you're going with Dylan, Treaders. We know why. All right. I'm joining you though as well. I think DW Dylan has got this one right here. Our winners bracket final. It is the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Region Qualifier number 2. Let's see who can progress through to that grand final. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. This feels like another Spencer Owen hashtag type deal happening here again with Jay Treaders ready ahead of the winner bracket final. As always, I'm having a look at the Twitch chat where I can. Love hearing from your predictions, what you think is going to go down. It does seem there, Treaders, like it is a 50-50 split between these two competitors.
Oh. Going off the back of Naylor's attack in that last game, especially from the start, there were a lot of instances where I felt that Mark didn't actually defend too badly, but Naylor's attack was just too good. And that's the way Naylor likes to play, and the way you have to play in FIFA 21. You have to just create a volume of chances and trust that you will convert some eventually. Similar to the way Emis Dasari being the blueprint for that style of play, creating so many chances and scoring even more.
We saw how clinical the king of the jungle can be in Asia, here in Oceania. We're about to find out the one competitor that will advance through to the grand final in this winner bracket final. Will it be Dire Wolves Dylan, or will it be Naylor with that 8-2 victory over Mark? A result, Treaders, that will live long in the memory. It was spectacular from start to finish.
And all of those goals could go in a compilation highlight reel of their own accord, if they've been scored by any other competitor in Europe or anywhere. You would see them plastered everywhere. But our region a little bit underrepresented, a little bit underrated, dare I say. And players, competitors like Naylor, Dylan, Marcus Gomes, Marco, going so far to bring our region into the spotlight.
All praise goes as it should to those competitors. They've done the hard yards. How great is it to have Oceania with its own qualifier, where the aforementioned competitors get more well-deserved attention, that it really is forging a path for the newcomers on the scene. This is Dylan. Neymar to Rashford. A one-on-one becomes a one-on-two as Kyle Walker is there for Naylor with a very hefty standing challenge. And Naylor, one of most likely 2, maximum 3 competitors that are going to utilize Treader's beloved player lock system. A new feature, Treaders, to FIFA 21, although I guess we'll stop calling it new the more and more we progress. We're halfway through February after all.
And it's the type of feature that is incredibly hard to master, and thus it won't be nerfed, as we see a threatening attack from Naylor, well cut out by Dylan. Dylan will give you those wide areas quite early on, but he will back himself to make those last moment reads and get the bodies back in defense. So you have to be either extraordinarily patient or extra direct and get that one-on-one as soon as you possibly can.
Dylan on the ball through Neymar. Back to Renato Sanchez Vieira, the combination that served him so well so far in FIFA 21. You look how narrow that back four is. They barely cover the width of that penalty area. Naylor will then start wide in his attack, try and draw central defensive mids, maybe even centre and fullbacks out wide before passing inside. And we'll switch to that direct through passing. Look for the one-on-one battles. It's being talked about with 5 at the back formations, that maybe one-on-one isolations less important than they used to be. Naylor certainly attempting to myth bust that one in this advanced meta now of FIFA 21. I'm sure there's a few more tweaks to come, a few more twists when it comes to formations and strategies. But with the team press being nerfed a little bit, numbers at the back getting bodies in the way, whether they're being controlled by the competitor or controlled by the AI, seems to be the go. You have a look here. Dylan manually calling for the fullback run, means the defender moves over, and the extra pass is what creates that goal. The finish straightforward for Ronaldo, but the extra ball from Neymar and Dylan in full control.
And that overlapping run from the fullback, so crucial in creating the attack, with Naylor pushing up with a centre-back, potentially a mistake in a player switch, meaning that there was so much space left in behind for his Neymar. And Dylan so composed. Neymar had a one-on-one with the goalkeeper, but Dylan saw the cutback opportunity and indeed capitalized in the fullest sense of the word. Very
easy to have that recency bias. You have a look at that 8-2 result and you're thinking it will all go one way. This maybe deservedly puts a little more status on Marcus Gomes. How tough it was for Dylan to achieve that 2-0 result. And you need to be adaptable. As I said before, goal difference in a way, not a big deal. It's either W's or L's here in this qualifier. That ball is outstanding to Ronaldo. He tries to double back near post. Keeper and defender in the way. These corners very rarely swung in directly. Competitors like to feel in full control, make the most of players being out of position. That lofted pass by Sanchez does not find the target. As good as he is for his overall rating, Treaders, do you think Renato Sanchez is a bit of a weak link in this side for Dylan?
Oh, and undoubtedly, he would love to have either a 92 Bruno or any other foot item in that position, especially considering how much work that Renato is doing offensively. Brilliant defense to end the half, though, from DW Dylan. And the score at the half is and I think having such a broad change of style, going from having Mark, who's so aggressive with his central defenders and indeed has one body less in midfield, with playing the 4-4-2, you'll find that Naylor will need to make large adjustments to the way that he goes about his attacks. Indeed, Naylor will have to maybe work that ball around a little bit more, be a little bit less direct, because, and maybe the way he was attacking so directly was a product of the way that Mark was defending, enabling him to make those early through passes and early direct passes.
Different competitors mean different game styles. Naylor will have to adjust that mindset. Maybe focus on getting a little bit more possession, get control of the to separate the sides in the present time. Competitors just getting ready to bring us the second half. And indeed, back live with the action now. It is Dylan with the 1-0 lead. No change to that score from the half. Dylan controlling the tempo, controlling possession. And maybe we'll be looking to get control of his controls. These competitors, Treaders, at this level, can't be leaving anything to chance.
Indeed, and we saw Direwolves Dylan just playing that ball a little bit too late, with that player coming back from an offside position, or indeed a little bit too early if he's coming back from an offside position. But that is another feature of his gameplay, the foot items interchanging position in his attack, with the four attackers switching from right attacking mid to left attacking mid, really getting a nice flow happening. Dylan attacks at his very best when he gets those fullbacks involved, gets them unbalanced, and he's always able to get bodies back behind the ball. And he makes so many good reads that I think it goes a little bit understated because of the way that defense is.
Kulusevski coming onto the pitch. This is the overlapping run from the fullback trying to go inside. Tavernier not getting past the big man at the back. And there it is, Naylor. Instead of being like, I'll just hold on a bit more possession, he sends the man on the run and plays the perfect through ball. He gets it back here. Not on the third time of asking. It is a very human thing to want to do, gain control. One way competitors will do that in FIFA esports is to get possession. But at the end of the 90 minutes, or the 180 with 2 leg shredders, possession will mean nothing. Naylor, no doubt, deciding, I might as well take a few more risks to get that goal to restore parity.
And Naylor, so threatening down the wings, he'll look for those cutbacks. But in previous editions of FIFA, indeed, even in FIFA 20 and FIFA 19, you would see competitors run down that byline and simply ping an aimless ball, attempting to aim for the penalty spot for the cutback. And that is so limited and so ineffective in FIFA 21. And we're seeing another through ball, just slightly overhit for DW Dillon. And Naylor comes out on top in possession once again. Both competitors matching each other in the 4-2-3-1, using that central cam to hold up the play and indeed find through passes and balls to the striker.
Player lock used to get it through to R9. Body in the way. Dillon looks ahead. Tredder's quite correct with his overview there. The 4-2-3-1 on 4-2-3-1. Who's got it down better? Dillon charging past. Look at how quickly he's moving that ball around, keeping his opponent guessing. Will it be a dribble, a pass? And when will the shot come? Good ball into feet, but Varane in the way, large and in charge.
And that was really well read in the end by Naylor. Was chasing possession for a little bit, but managed to get enough bodies back in the way of that final ball into the feet of the striker and read it incredibly well. And now Naylor really getting a lot more space than we saw him get in this first leg. And Dillon once again up to the task of reading each attack from Naylor, getting so tight, not affording him any space for that cam to create any chances. I think Naylor would find a lot more joy if he was to switch to the 2-striker formation, even though he might sacrifice a little bit more possession. If he's going to play as direct as he is, Dillon had another through ball opportunity, not seeing that diagonal run from his CR7. But if Naylor switches to that 2-strike formation, he'll find so much joy by playing those direct through balls, and indeed with the strikers making runs off Dillon's centre-backs.
Only a few minutes of leg 1 remaining. Just that one CR7 goal on 30 minutes to separate these two competitors. If you're a fan of the kit Dillon's using, it is in-game, like so many of the FIFA esports organizations who contribute so much to this esport. I know how much of a fan many of you are of that FootWiz kit. You'll have a FootWiz competitor coming up a little later, back live. Last chance for Dillon. No doubt Cam's a bit ahead of things because they're chilling now. The tackle made by Naylor. And with that goal notwithstanding, Treaders, the second half more or less a repeat of the first. Dillon a little bit more in control, but Naylor has a lot of options at his disposal, looking for what is only a 1-goal comeback.
And I would be very surprised if we don't see Naylor switch to even the 5-3-2. Any kind of 2-striker formation would suit Naylor incredibly well. He's playing so direct. You can call, if you do want to play that ball into, I guess, the half space between the back line and the midfield, if you do want to play that ball, you can manually call a player short. And Naylor's quite good at using the player lock. So he can player lock one of those strikers to come back, receive that ball to feet, or even just have one of them on mixed. I think the options are there for Naylor to continue playing the way he wants. But when Dylan is winning so many of the one-on-one battles, playing that direct game would suit, and playing a formation indeed that suits the direct game that Naylor is trying to play would certainly serve Naylor well.
There's a lot for him to think about in between these two legs, but just the one goal to come back from. Having just scored 8 over the 2 legs against Mark, is this frustrating for Naylor? Treaders, maybe I'm asking you more as a coach than a commentator for this question. Get inside the minds of those competitors, particularly Naylor right now. What are they thinking after going from 8 goals to not having scored in 90 minutes?
Well, one, Dylan will be very happy with the way that he's defended because of the way that he's essentially won those tackles at the perfect time. Any real chances that Naylor has created have come from rebounds or slightly unlucky bounces at the moment. I think Naylor will know that he has so much that has at his disposal, so many attacking styles, that he will still be sitting quite comfortably. Only 1 goal advantage, and Dylan really not quite stamping his full authority on the game just yet. He's not one to score a boatload of goals. He really plays that, I guess, grit and grind kind of play style. He will not full grit and grind as we see some 5 at the back, 5-3-2, just wear your opponent down, get your 1 goal and say see ya. But he does like to create those perfect chances. He'll wear you down by his possession, by the way he defends, and he'll eventually, if he does win a game, he'll win it by maybe 2, 3, 4 goals, just your more standard FIFA competitive scoreline.
Dylan does have a lot of similarities to one Atlantide Marco, who again will be coming up later in this competition, both preferring where they can to stick with the 4-2-3-1 narrow, both excellent with their manual dribbling and very solid defensively. Here, though, in this game, the big one of today, if you like, the winner will advance through to the grand final, where they will hold a leg advantage over whoever comes up through the losers bracket. The huge second leg underway here in the winner bracket final. It is Naylor down 1-0 to DW Dylan. Respect for making the kits nice and distinguishable. Always helpful. Happens occasionally. I'm sure you've seen in Weekend League, where you've got similar kits. You almost feel like not playing it out, I assure you, as a commentator. It only increases in difficulty. The lighter kit for Naylor, Dylan in the dark. Little things perhaps, but fine margins amplified on the big stage. Dylan will be hoping it's more of the same. Hold possession, control the play, and wait for that rare foray into the attacking box. Neymar here will play it wide, and Mbappe back we go again. There is not a lot of width to the attack. Naylor matching that narrow attack with narrower defense.
And indeed, in that narrow defense, when Dylan uses those fullbacks to get forward, I think that's what Naylor is really trying to tempt Dylan into doing. When Dylan gets those fullbacks involved, Naylor wants to win that ball and go straight up the other end, utilizing his fantastic wing play. And Naylor still looking to build those attacks, the cancels, keeping it unpredictable, creating quite a lot of space, but going not really anywhere of danger. Well marshaled by Dylan yet again, but that cut back really good there. But the bridge to nowhere from Naylor doesn't pay off in that situation. And Dylan will look to build up his attack from the back once again.
It has been nerfed a little bit, the bridge, but expect to see it on more than one occasion. How about that ball roll earlier past the sliding challenge? That player's probably still sliding. Neymar tries to play it across the face. Goodness gracious me, not what you want to do. Playing it out from the back. I've talked about Dylan's moments of danger when he's done the same thing. Naylor, and maybe it is just a thing of youth, the carefree, laid-back nature, as Dylan again tries to play it across the sweat pass, if you like. Defender in the way. Not a lot of clear-cut chances in this game, but there is that through ball to the wide midfielder from the fullback, and then just messed up completely. The good news is things are opening up.
And we're seeing once again a little bit of a holding pattern here, with Dylan really at times ignoring the second pass across to his defensive mid because of the way that Naylor is setting out to defend. But credit to Dylan in his defense, winning so many of these manual challenges, but Naylor winning this ball and creating a lot of one-on-one situations that he can take advantage of, but he doesn't execute in that situation there.
A little scrappy, a little nervous, under the metaphorical bright lights. This event being played by competitors from their homes, from their esports organization's home base if they have one. We are just so grateful to have events of this nature taking place all around the world. We've seen from other regions, sure, the stars that we do know and love, but there's always a plethora of FIFA esports competitors and budding ones ready to make their name. And Naylor trying to go through with Dembele, just a slight touch away. I'm not sure if we're calling that good defending or not. AI player in the way. Things really are on a knife's edge, Treaders. It's tense. Still, just the one goal between the pair.
And Naylor really starting to win that ball high up with the press, getting a little bit more aggressive. I'd still love to see the 4-4-2 or a two-striker formation utilized by Naylor, especially considering the way he's looking out wide to get those through balls. The runs from his players simply aren't creating enough space for him. As a good challenge flies in there, and Dylan winning that ball back yet again. But Naylor so good at creating spaces in a one-on-one situation. You'd think that pushing another player into a striker position would be right up his alley, as that is a crucial interception preventing a 3-on-3 or even a 4-on-3 situation for Dylan. But the caginess has definitely increased, the nerves starting to set in the slightest bit. Naylor pushing up too much with his centre back there will allow Dylan to get a little bit more space, and the bridge to nowhere yet again.
These are unofficial records kept by myself and not EA, so take that as you will. But as it stands by my records, this would be the least amount of goals to see a player through to a grand final in an EA event of this nature. Just 2-0 over Marcus Gomes, 1-0 here with not long to play. You do get the sense, Treaders, that Dylan is more than happy to keep this holding pattern, as you expertly called it, continuing until the end.
But the more attacks that Dylan goes without scoring a goal, the more that it just takes one mistake in possession from him to let Naylor really back into this contest. and the more that nerves start to play a bit of a role. Does Naylor have what it takes to continue to create the chances that he desires? I think Dylan will need at least one other goal to feel fully comfortable, as there is a rebound that Dylan recovers from. Naylor, unfortunate not to score in that instance. Probably a little bit surprised that that rebound ended up at his attacker's feet.
It could only have been surprise. The shot was there to the far post. You'd back Naylor to score it every single time. Not expecting it, will give him the benefit of the doubt, and then overplayed it. Defender got in the way. Dylan did get the chance to recover, however, he never should have had that opportunity. Big moment in a game that's had few of them. Excellent defending from both competitors. Not a lot of midfield play. All bodies behind the ball. Naylor with his cam staying a little higher up. The left and right cams will drop back. The DMs will read the lanes like that. And maybe on the break, the opportunity for Naylor. Nope. He knows he just needs one. He's happy to take his time to try and get there.
And I think Naylor's got his coach in his ear telling him to take his time, don't rush things. Because when you start rushing things, rushing players forward, not being as methodical as you can be, you might find that if your attack doesn't result in a goal, it will result in a very good opportunity for the other competitor as a chance creating itself. And another block for Dylan. Naylor will need to start looking at other ideas, and another high press opportunity thwarted by Dylan's really good use of that ball roll, sending that defender flying past.
A repeat moment from earlier on. This is looking good for Dylan. He's waiting to try and break the shackles of Kyle Walker, but the big inform centre-back isn't going anywhere. Somewhere near rather 1.5 million for that foot item. If you can get your paws on that coin. Still 1-0. It feels like this is building up to a big crescendo, Treaders. It may not come. And as I said, Dylan won't change the system. All he'll try and do is bring on the fresh legs to keep chasing down those through balls, the wide balls, and maybe very occasionally apply some pressure with some manual defending.
And Naylor will be the one that is forced into a change. Naylor probably feeling a little bit unfortunate to not score the goals that he has created, but Dylan's players have been, credit to him, in the right place at the right time. And Naylor, still with so many options at his disposal and so much creativity of his own, you just feel that he only needs half a chance to create the goal. And that almost was it, just slightly overplayed. And now I'd expect to see the press applied, and indeed it is. Dylan will have to play through the pressure, but if he's able to play through the press, he will find joy on the other side. That player is indeed onside. Tracked well by the one and only Kyle Walker. Beautiful use of player lock right there by Naylor, though.
Mate, he's far from the one and only. Let me tell you, you'll be hearing from the superior Kyle Walker in just a moment's time, I'm sure. The minutes tick down. With every minute that goes by, Dylan gets that little bit more, I'm sure, nervy, but joyous inside. Yet another ball roll to leave another defender sprinting away. You can see Naylor waiting for that read. It never comes until it does. Mbappe, a ball roll. He doesn't take it on the left. Both competitors with 4 or 5 combined opportunities for a admittedly weak foot, but good strike across the face not taken. Naylor in space, sprint and hit it. Edison saving well. That's a bit more like it from Naylor with only 10 minutes left. Easy for us to say, I know. But when you want to see some extra time, when you want the closest game, the best quality game possible, when Naylor reviews the tape, you'll have a look at where he could have been, indeed more direct, as Dylan deciding that is definitely the best approach.
And finally taking that shot on, probably one of the first shots that we've seen in this second leg. Game really starting to open up with Naylor pushing that line a little bit higher, and those through balls will start to come out, but that is well tracked and well read by Dylan. Again, drawing into the final 5 minutes of stoppage time. Naylor has to get something going, needs to change something in order to create the perfect opportunity. And Dylan needs to not get sucked in. Reads it well, but gives the ball away straight away. Read again by Dylan. The rebound straight back to Naylor. Naylor with so much creativity. What does he do? He is tackled by Dylan with 2 minutes remaining in this game. Dylan will look to hold onto possession to manage the game to the best of his ability. But that chip through ball is not the option. But that driven pass isn't the option either. And Dylan will hang on at the death, manage this game all the way out. And a 1-0 result across 2 legs of FIFA sees Dylan through to the winners bracket final.
Dear, oh dear, Naylor. It is one where your heart really feels for the competitor. He did have a few opportunities, but we can't even call them shots, Treaders. He wanted the ball roll, the skill, the perfect move to create the perfect goal. Unfortunately for him, he goes from scoring 8 to scoring none over 2 legs.
And it's just such a change in fortunes, a change in the man that was so direct, so aggressive in the way that he continually put doubt into Mark's mind, to the way that he played against Dylan, just seemed to go a little bit back into his shell. But credit to Dylan, he defended, he held out, he didn't score the chances that he created, but he still did incredibly well on the defensive end.
Naylor is still in the tournament. Don't worry, Naylor fans. He will be back. That is only his first loss. But for Direwolves Dylan, he is through. He is the big dog for Direwolves in this grand final with only scoring 3 goals. I'm still trying to fathom it. Hopefully things don't get even more ridiculous when we throw back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much.
It got more ridiculous.
It got a lot more ridiculous. I didn't go for the bucket hat under the headset like you, Mike, so mine looks even more ridiculous right there. Anyway, we've got DW Dylan through 1 goal, and we said if we saw clean sheets, we'd have the bucket hats out. And Mike LaBelle, we got a clean sheet, well, 2 clean sheets essentially. 0-0 in the second leg, only 1-0 in the first leg. Where are the goals gone?
Well, I'm glad I could find my bucket hat because I committed to something not knowing where the bucket hat was at. We had a bet on the back end, so here we are. I guess we got to give a lot of credit to Dylan. This is the age-old saying where defense wins championships. But the fact that we've seen back-to-back clean sheets, and I think it was Treaders, that maybe it was Nate that stated this might be the lowest scoring or least amount of goals scored to reach a final. And I think that's correct. I've done a lot of these events. There hasn't been 3 goals in totality over 2 legs in order to reach the grand finals. Now, congratulations to Dylan. And it was a game of control. It was a game of structure, eliminating chances. I did not expect this to be as open as the previous matchup with Naylor, but at the same time, I definitely did not anticipate to see a 1-0 game over the course of 2 legs.
Well, there we have it. You can see that final score right there. DW Dylan does make his way through to Championship Sunday, all right. That obviously we are doing these remote broadcasts, all right, so there's sometimes some technical issues, but we will get those sorted for you right there. Mike, who cares if you're not scoring lots and lots of goals as long as you're getting the wins and you're making your way through to the grand final? That's all that matters.
I'm sure Dylan doesn't mind. And at the end of the day, and I've said this before, but you've got enough friendships and enough great relationships. This is about W's, wins, whatever, however you want to word getting the result that's necessary. But you want to close out games. You want to take your opposition out of the match. And Dylan has done a great job playing to his advantage, playing to his strengths, being able to slow down these games and really make it a game of very few opportunities in both of his last 2 matchups. And it's clearly been advantage Dylan.
You can see I've taken my book.
Yeah, you didn't communicate that with me at all. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Just leaving me hanging.
I mean, my hair was going to be completely messed up, so I thought we're not going to see any more clean sheets
Kyle,
today.
I'm on it. All right.
Oh, Mike LaBelle with the look at that. It looks perfect. It looks absolutely perfect. I love that your hair didn't move at all. It just shows the amount of product that you've got in there, Mike LaBelle.
I woke up like this, like Beyonce. That's what they call me sometimes.
Oh, Mike Beyonce LaBelle. I would love to know who calls you that. Right. Anyway, let's think about this now because Championship Sunday, it will be fast approaching. We'll be there tomorrow. And for DW Dylan now, he'll be looking at this thinking, I've been in control of those 2 games. I've managed to win. I've only scored 3 goals in total, but I'm controlling the games. When you're looking at his opponents, obviously with Naylor, he has got a chance. It's double elimination, so he drops down into the losers bracket. What do you think Naylor's got to adapt and change, Mike?
It's difficult actually from just an analyzing approach with Naylor because we just saw 2 completely different matchups. Nothing was similar. We just had 8 in Manila, back and forth, goals on goals on goals. There was so much action. And then in the next matchup, we had nothing. We didn't have opportunities. We weren't proficient in the final third. There wasn't this creativity, this build-up, all these superlatives and compliments we had earlier addressed to Naylor, who's definitely scored my favorite, maybe top 3 goals of the day thus far in terms of a lot of the build-up against Mark. And it makes it difficult to know, well, what package are we going to get? Because even I said, hey, no matter what, it's going to have goals because Naylor plays kind of aggressive. He forces you to do something. And then we saw that game where that wasn't the case at all. Switched up night and day.
Now, how does that happen, Mike? Because you go from such a high-scoring affair. There was 2 legs, each of them 4-1 for Naylor when he took on Mark 11. So it was 8-2 in total. How do you go from scoring all of those goals to not even be able to get 1 goal over 2 legs of FIFA?
Well, first off, you have to credit Dylan and his approach to the game and being able to slow down the game, play at the pace that he wants to play, and really disrupt the rhythm of your opposition. But 2, when you're looking at Naylor's gameplay in particular, he didn't take the risk. We didn't see a high-risk Naylor the same way that we did against Mark, where he was moving his center backs. They had offside traps. You were bringing up the back line. You have to take chance and take risk in order to be able to have sometimes a lot of offensive opportunities. Because, of course, if you take the ball away in a more aggressive manner, it puts you in a more advantageous area of the pitch for you to move forward. And counterattacks are very effective in FIFA 21.
So now we do move on and into our losers bracket. Yes, there's still a couple more games to come, so make sure you do stick around with us. Mike, let's talk a little bit about the losers bracket because I always say this every single tournament. It's my favorite time because the winners, they keep on progressing. The losers, that is it. But there's an added element, I'd say, because it's Oceania Qualifier number 2. There's only 1 more. So for some of these competitors, we could be coming to the end of their competitive season. So it's all to play for.
You're right, indeed. This is a crucial event because you don't necessarily want that additional pressure. If you can avoid it, why would you put that on your shoulders? You don't want to have to carry that extra weight. So if you have a really good tournament here and you're progressing through the losers bracket, you get yourself maybe even into a grand final, you put yourself in a position to, I don't want to say for sure, but more than likely be able to slide into playoffs and then kind of go from there, because that's what it comes down to, is getting yourself into the next stage. I look at the competitive FIFA ecosystem as a satellite platform this year, where you have to do well in your region, then you got to go to the playoffs, and then from playoffs we have the FIFA E World Cup. So you have to continue that upward trajectory.
Right, there's plenty of learning to be done and to be had in FIFA 21, so make sure you get your pens and your notepads ready, and we've got another FIFA 21 masterclass for you.
Hey guys, my name's Dylan Gomes and I play for Ground Zero Gaming. I'm 19 years of age and today in my masterclass I'm going to be explaining my 5-3-2 player instructions. The most important part of the 5-3-2 is the wingbacks. At left wingback you can see I have Ferland Mendy and at right wingback I have James Tavernier. But however, a lot of pros are using an attacker at either left wingback or right wingback. However, all the pros are using their instructions on join the attack, normal interceptions and mix attack. The fullbacks are the most important part of the formation as they allow your team to surge forward and out wide, spreading your opponent's team and giving you more attacking options. For your three centre backs, they're going to be on default player instructions, which is stay back while attacking and normal interceptions. It's really important you have three really fast centre backs. As you can see here, I've got Kyle Walker's in form, Joe Gomez and Reece James. All of these three players are really quick and it allows you to easily defend counter-attacks, intricate through balls or any sort of attack that you may face. For my three centre mids personally, I like to have my left centre mid and my right centre mid as my defensive two. I have my left centre mid and right centre mid on stay back while attacking, balance crossing runs, normal interceptions, stick to position and cover centre. This allows them to easily defend as I go forward in a 5-2-1-2. As I'm going to explain now, Bruno Fernandes turns into a central attacking midfielder. And instead of attacking in a 5-3-2, you attack in a 5-2-1-2, giving yourself an attacking midfielder. As this formation doesn't have one, I have Bruno Fernandes on get forward, balance crossing runs, normal interceptions, stick to position, and cover centre. For my left striker Ronaldo, I have him on default instructions for everything, so that's going to be balanced width, mixed attack, normal interceptions, and basic defensive support. That allows him to roam around the pitch, pick up the ball wherever, make a few 1-2s, and make a few runs of his own. However, for my right striker Mbappe, I have a bit more structure to him. I've got him on balance width, get in behind, normal interceptions, and come back on defense. Get in behind, it's because he has 99 pace and he can make those runs that splits the defenders. Either they're playing a 4 at the back or 5 at the back. He's still going to make that diagonal run, which you can play him through for 1-2, or you can play him over the top and he's going to be in behind on goal one-on-one. However, come back on defense is because there's a team of the year card, needs a lot of stamina, so he helps you to defend and he can receive the ball centrally. Your fullbacks going forward allow you to give that width attacking in a 5-2-1-2, but they still allow you to defend in a 5-3-2. Your third central midfielder, who's an attacking third option, gives you the chance to attack in a 5-2-1-2 and gives you that attacking midfielder that you're lacking in the formation. However, you're still able to defend in a 5-3-2. This is really good to defend in a 5-3-2 as you limit how many shots on target and how many goals you're going to concede, but the 5-2-1-2 allows you to spread your opponents wide and score a lot of goals in a formation that not many people know how to defend against.
Make sure you had all of your notepads and pens at the ready for that one. Yes, GZ Dylan, he was, oh, Mike, you've been taking notes right there. He was giving us that masterclass. We will be seeing him coming up very, very shortly. He is taking on Jazz in that losers bracket round number 1. Mike, I want to talk a little bit about GZ Dylan because it feels like this is the first time we've seen him on one of these events, really. We know he's been around the scene. We know, obviously, who his brother is. We've seen him time and time again, especially online, but here at the FIFA Global Series, it's the first time we're seeing him this season.
No doubt, and I hope that he has better luck than his brother this far in broadcast this year. We haven't seen a win from Gomes, and he's always been a very household player from this region. In fact, I would say he's the most well-known player from this region, obviously being at FIFA E World Cups previously, and also being one of the early adopters to have international success coming from this region in terms of being able to travel and really perform at the highest level and earn a lot of respect, I would say, as well, because I know Treaders and Nate talked about it, of course, being from Australia, saying we don't always get the recognition that we deserve and we're underrated or we're overlooked. And I feel that Marcus Gomes has done a lot for the community and for this in particular region in terms of being able to not only do well domestically, but also travel well internationally.
Definitely, we have seen that over the years. I've seen Marcus at plenty of events with my work as well. Obviously, with the City Football Group, you're seeing players from Manchester City. We've got Diddy Chris Lito as well, NYC Chris, and we've also got Marcus Gomes, who's been at plenty of those events as well. And Mike, that's what we've seen with this region, isn't it? We talk about that old guard versus new guard, but the old guard, they've put a lot of work in to put Oceania on the map.
Yeah, and they're knocking on the door. I don't want to act like they've been eliminated from competing because they're still qualifying for the events. They're still in these conversations, top 8, top 4, but we are seeing this new emergence of talent pool that I'm sure has been inspired from some of the old heads, so to speak. It's so funny saying old guard versus new guard. We're dealing with all these guys that are under 25. Right? Like when you really think about it, it's we're telling people that they're old now if they're 21, 22, 23 years old. We did a broadcast where we're talking about Europeans, and Dolan Mike won the event, and he was the oldest competitor at the event at 19.
I mean, that is absolutely incredible, isn't it? And especially, I know we joke about you being around the scene a lot, but the way the scene has developed over the years, the way that you've seen the scene develop as well, right now, when we're looking at a competitive side of things, when we're looking at the prize pools, when we're looking at the amount of content, the amount of tournaments, the way we've adapted with everything that is happening in the world, it does feel like there's so many positives when it comes to the competitive FIFA scene.
Well, especially with the pivot. Obviously, we're dealing with a worldwide pandemic, and the fact that we've been able to transition everything online, and now we have all these different regional events that play into the ecosystem that are happening online. We get to see a lot of talent that we just wouldn't. Plain and simple, we just wouldn't get to see the top 8. We'd see often maybe the top 2 or 3 from the majority of these regions. And those are the guys that we are the repeat customers. We talk about them time and time again, but we don't get to see the trickle down. And this has allowed for a lot of people to make a bigger name for themselves, to grow their brand, whether it's on social media, whether we're looking for partnerships, or they're looking to find a new esports organization, or just general growth and getting more practice as well. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that counts for experience is experience. You have to play those matches. You need the broadcast limelight. You need the pressure. You need people that are counting on you. You need the fandom, all encompassing. It has to be there.
That is true. And if you guys are just joining us now, it's FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. We are here in the Oceania region. You might be wondering why we're not getting into any games just yet. There are some technical issues that we are just resolving. Bear with us. This is what happens when you do everything remote. I'm in Manchester. Mike's all the way in New York City. We got guys working behind the scenes in Romania, plus all of our contestants, all of our competitors, I should say, all 8 of them going head-to-head from Australia. Mike, I want to talk about the FIFA E-World Cup as a broader sense, because we are seeing so many different qualifiers happening in the 6 different regions, but we're getting ever so closer to playoffs, and then we'll be at the FIFA E-World Cup before we know it. Things are hotting up right now, aren't they?
Heating up is the word that we want to use here, the descriptive way, I think. But not to correct your grammar or anything like that, but the way that you wore that bucket hat made me feel a certain type of way. So now I'm just firing off as we're heating up. But yeah, everything's shaping up. We're getting more so into the nitty gritty. That's why we stress the importance of this event for this region in particular. Is if you haven't started to put yourself in a position for playoffs by the end of this event this weekend, Valentine's recap, then you're going to find yourself under a lot of pressure. You're going to be under the gun. You have to perform or it's done. Your season's over. Wrap it up. Start looking forward to FIFA 22.
And we are seeing some players. Last week we were talking about MS Dasari. He's already booked his spot in the playoffs for the West Asia qualifier for their region, I should say. So we are seeing some people that have already booked their spots in there. So everyone's going to be watching everyone, even though it is regionalized, even though you are sticking to your region right now. I am so excited to finally see all of these players going head to head, region against region. It's coming so soon, Mike.
Absolutely. And I think this year in particular, because everything has kind of been region locked, once we get to explore more of those international matchups that we're used to seeing, that we're accustomed to, the hype levels are going to be higher than ever before. Because not only will it mean so much, but we don't have any of the previous buildup. It's all or nothing at this point. And now we can say, okay, we've got MS Dasari going up against maybe the likes of Tex. Or we've got Mo Alba making a run, and now Mo Alba is going to go up against maybe Diddy Chris Lito, and that's another matchup. And we can keep doing this interchangeability between competitor A and competitor B, but I feel on a personal level of being a FIFA enthusiast, especially in the competitive world, that once we get these big name matchups that we've kind of been itching for, that go between regions, it's going to be everybody stops what they're doing, turn on the stream, blow it up, let's see who's really the best.
And that makes it slightly more exciting because over the past few years, we have had that conversation so much about the GOATs, about the head-to-heads between these guys, but we've not seen that just yet, not in the FIFA 21 Global Series. So it makes it so much more exciting, not just for us to talk about it, but for everyone who's watching these streams. They tune in because they want to see the best FIFA action, and it's happening here, but when the GOATs go head-to-head, it's going to get even better. It's just escalated. Well, we've got the players that we've seen in the competitive world for multiple years that have been at that top tier. We probably should give a special shout out to someone like Inrasic as well, who's always in the conversation, that often somehow goes under the radar. But of course, it's natural. If you're invested, you want to see the guys that you've been invested in. You know the ins and outs of their career. You know what they're doing on a day in to day out basis. That's something that makes social media really unique, is the connectivity, and maybe even more so with gaming and pro gaming in particular, compared to maybe traditional sports. I use an example. All right, so you obviously support Manchester City. I can't necessarily get a response from Kevin De Bruyne. I tweet him every once in a while. He's yet to reply. He's just leaving me on red. There's nothing happening. I don't get to see his live streams. They're not going out. So I'm just constantly on red with KDB. I'm doing my best here. I give him like a monthly tweet, just a reminder, hey, I've been scoring a lot of goals with you. I appreciate the new Team of the Year iteration. I'm here. You're here. We could be here, and I'm not getting any responses. However, in the esports world, especially with FIFA, all these guys are content creators too. It's very rare that we see a pro player that doesn't live stream, that doesn't put YouTube content out, that doesn't regularly interact on Twitter or Instagram. Therefore, you have a lot of access from a fan perspective or a consumer perspective, which I think is a really nice atmosphere or change or difference in comparison to traditional sports. Once again, because I've been trying to get a hold of LeBron too. LeBron's not having it. He's on my monthly list, and LeBron's just like ghosting me, completely ghosting me. I can't help you with LeBron, but let me just check my phone. Oh, Kevin's just texted me. I don't know why he's not texting you back. We can sort that out anyway. Let's bring in Nate and Treaders into the conversation right here. Nate, Treaders, we are looking at the Oceania region. Welcome, guys. Nice to have you here. We're looking at these guys going head-to-head. How excited are you, Nate, to finally see some competitors going head-to-head, not just in this region, but the people who make it to the FIFA eWorld Cup from the Oceania region, taking on the likes of Tex, taking on the likes of Dasari, taking on the likes of Mo Alba as well. Nate, how much are you looking forward to that?
That's the dream, isn't it? Obviously, we've spoken about my experience as a competitor some, 12 years ago since I made a major event. The scene was very, very different back then. But even then, young Nate still understood what a big opportunity that was. And the level does increase. You're playing against people that you've not played against before. You're experiencing a different meta. You have to really learn these things on the fly. It's like what Mike said before. The only way you can get experience is to have experience. Nothing replicates that whatsoever. I think about Greek Freak, who we saw in the first qualifier. Sensational all-tournament, and then got through to that grand final. And that missing element to his game, he may now well have. It might seem a bit weird to say, considering the scoreline. He's experienced a grand final. He will know what it feels like. He'll understand the pressure and the expectation. On the flip side, you got those newcomers coming through. Dylan Gomes isn't a newcomer, for example, by any means whatsoever. It's just that, in our country, he was not allowed to compete. I personally petitioned for players under the age of 18 to get their chance for multiple reasons. It didn't happen. And so poor Dylan Gomes, who is destroying people in Weekend League, isn't allowed, doesn't get the chance to take on these people that he's beating regularly. Now flash forward, I know he's been going through a lot of different things personally, more on that when we get to his game. It all starts here for him. He knows that he can take on the best from around the world. One step at a time. This is your big chance on broadcast. Start here and then see what you can do once you've got that experience.
Right. When you're talking about 12 years ago, Nate, So what? That you were playing? Did they even have color TVs?
Stop it, Kyle. Kyle, stop it. Stop talking like we're so like you're not in our age range or something. Kyle's really trying to bring his age down. And I want, if there's a young man clause, can we get an old man clause? Like I want if you could do post 30 years old, 30 and O's, I feel like we should get some sort of bonus. Maybe this is helping us for the TIFO. I'm telling you, Vince Carter, I want that. I want the arm in the rim, a 30 and 0 TIFO right here. Okay, that's all I'm asking for. That's it.
All right, we'll get it sorted. We will get it sorted. Let's have a look at our winners bracket anyway. We've been deep into that winners bracket recently. We've been seeing all of these guys going head to head. And as you can see, the results right there. DW Dylan, he did beat Marcus Gomes 2-0. It was Naylor who beat Mark 11-8. 2 legs of 4-1 right there. Then that set up our winners bracket final. DW Dylan took that one 1-0. And then DW Dylan, it was him who has gone through to that grand final. Nate Treaders, we're back with you very, very shortly. Okay, so we will see you in a few moments' time. Thank you for joining us, getting involved in the conversation. Treaders, I'll come to you in a minute, all right? I know that you didn't get a chance to say anything just there. Right, let's get back into the FIFA 21 action. It is time for our game highlights. Yes, our PlayStation analysis. Mike, take it away.
Well, I'd like to rewind the clock slightly, and we're going to take a more in-depth view at Naylor's scoring, and I mean doing it with some flavor, or at least that's the plan. On screen, we're looking at positions or formations instead at the moment, but that's just totally okay with me because I know a lot about the 5-3-2. It has definitely been a formation that's been on the come-up. And it's going to be something that we see used heavily at the competitive level. Oh, you're just smiling over there.
Back to us now. I loved it.
I was ready to go. I could talk about the 5-3-2 all day. I'm experienced. I'm very experienced.
I love the improvisation right there. I could hear in your voice when you realised, and you just went with it. So I love that. Mike LaBelle, this is why you're here. This is why you're our expert analyst. You could have done 10 minutes on 5-3-2 there, and no one would have known.
Just wait until I start talking about wingbacks. It gets a certain type of way. The energy that I bring, it's better than talking about fine wine. I'm like, give me some of that. The way they overlap, the way they track back. We're just running down the line. High stamina. Ooh!
Let's talk about the formations then, because why not? It's a nice segment into them, all right? We are seeing different formations by the pros, and it feels like within FIFA 21, this 5-3-2, it's not going away. That built in with people's custom tactics as well. We've seen it already. We've gone from an 8-2 game to a 1-0 game. It's shifting the meta completely, Mike.
No doubt about it, and I'll reiterate that this kind of started as a major formation shift after Dolan Mike looked so dominant in the European event where he was playing a 5-3-2. And it wasn't just that he was playing a 5-3-2, but it was so evident that the formation was playing a major factor in his success with the overlapping runs. He was scoring a lot of crosses, a lot of space created by those fullbacks. And when it's so clear-cut that that's a success point to your attack and your defense, people are saying, well, wait a minute, we need to shift something.
Right, we're going to try one more time, all right? It's going to work this time, guys. We've all got our fingers crossed that it is, okay? It is time for our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
We're now going to rewind to Naylor because he's been the only one that's been scoring a bunch of goals. And I kind of want to focus on just the advanced skill combinations that he kind of brings out here. And a lot of people think you can do this. The amount of times that people watch broadcasts and they tell me, Mike, I can do that too. Give me the same players. Give me the same team. I got this. Well, then hold on. Just take a step down. Watch the combos and execution here. You're going to see 6 skill moves in a matter of seconds. That's already 3. And a cancellation. Look at the layoff here. Mbappe, back to the belly. Stop, pop. See another cancellation. Heel to heel. That's gorgeous. That is premium quality FIFA. I don't care who you're talking to, who you think you know. Call your mother, call your father, your aunts, your uncles. Hit up your sister and your brother and say, that's some good material. Look what I can do. Show it off.
It is indeed. When you've got skills like that, you might as well show them off. And what a better stage to do it than the FIFA 21 Global Series. Right, the action does continue. Coming up shortly, we jump down straight into our losers bracket. Yes, we do Jazz taking on GZ Dylan right here. Mike LaBelle, these two going head to head. Look at that death stare right there by GZ Dylan. First FIFA 21 Global Series event, he means business.
I just want to know if I go for Dylan, if my mustache will get a little bit thicker. Like, I can grow one, but I don't know if it has this level of density that I'm seeing with the brothers.
I mean, that is very, very impressive. I just know there's no point me even trying because it's not going to work. We're seeing Jazz return as well, Mike. What can we expect, hopefully, from his game?
Jazz has always been an attacking player. He's always scored a lot of goals. Unfortunately, maybe conceded a lot of goals too. But I'm excited to see him back on the big stage. This is his introduction to FIFA 21 in terms of a broadcast or making a broadcast. But he's definitely somebody that's well known in the region. He's been to international events and a pretty household competitor. And we've said this about a lot of these guys. They're not brand new players that we've never heard about or that don't have competitive history. We've got good backstory and narratives to kind of talk about throughout the years.
Right, coming up very shortly is that matchup right there. We jump down into the losers bracket. Jazz taking on GZ Dylan. Make sure you stick around. Make sure you stick with us. We've got a short break and then we get straight back into it. We'll see you in a minute.
FIFA Global Series Oceania Qualifier 2 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is qualifier number 2, Oceania region. All of our competitors going head-to-head, hoping to be crowned champion. And if you're at home and you're wanting to get involved in the competitive action, well, you can do, all right? Yes, the PlayStation tournaments, PS4 tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. What you've got to do is compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Now, those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And what you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, show them how it's done.
I'll show you how to run it up. It's pretty simple. Everything is integrated internally. It's your one-stop shop. You get the tips, the tricks. It's a lot of times players' introduction to the competitive world, more of a grassroots way of getting involved. I talked about it previously, but we have right now, if you're in North America, at least there is a free entry tournament, PS5 for first place. It happens on Monday, February 15th. There's no reason not to take part. A lot of people make excuses, and I don't know why. It's a very easy sign up, and it's just a good way to get a better understanding of where you really stand in terms of getting started in the competitive world, whether you're a beginner, an intermediate, or an advanced player.
And there's thousands of you watching right now, so make sure you sign up for that. PS5 up for grabs. Oh, come on. You could dream, but it could make it a reality by joining in the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. Right, let's bring in Nate and Treaders back into the conversation. We're minutes away from our losers bracket round 1 game. Treaders, I'm coming to you first on this one. I'm giving you the stage, you the floor to talk about this next matchup. GZ Dylan taking on Jazz. What can we expect?
I think we'll see probably both of these competitors opting to use the 5-3-2. Jazz did use the 4-3-1-2 to get to this point. I think he plays his best FIFA when he's aggressive and he's pressing quite high. But Dylan both of these competitors, E-Club World Cup teammates, so they'll know each other quite well as well. I think we'll see Jazz come out on top, being a proponent of a 5 at the back for much longer than just FIFA 21, using it back in FIFA 19, FIFA 20, but that's not to say Dylan won't put on a world-class performance. He's a world-class competitor and definitely one of the best our region has to offer.
Oh, you're sitting on the fence a little bit there, Treaders. Tell me, who are you going for?
It's got to be Jazz. He'll know his formation better, and I think that's just the key when you're playing in a 5-3-2. Know those passes and know where those runs are going to come from.
Nate, what about you?
Going to go with ground zero, Dylan. He's getting his big chance, finally, well-deserved chance on a broadcast in a big event. So I'm saying it's going to be Dylan.
Oh, and Mike LaBelle, what are you thinking?
Well, Treaders was not sitting on the fence. He told you he was going for Jazz for one. He just did it in the most complimentary way. It threw you off. He just built up both competitors and took one of them. There was never a drawback or a negative there. Everything was just, I'm hugging everyone. So I'm going with Jazz. I think that he's going to take that experience and be able to carry it through. I don't know if he counts as the whole old head. It's been around a little bit longer, so I guess he's the old head in this matchup. So I guess we'll put him in the old guard then, and we'll put Jazz going to represent.
And for me, it's time for a youngster to burst on the scene. We love that saying here in the UK. I'm going with GZ Dylan. Jazz and Dylan going head-to-head in this losers bracket matchup. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. An excellent job as always. We are out of the winners bracket for today. And look to the losers bracket. Always feels a bit harshly named there, Treaders, but it is named aptly. These competitors experiencing one loss already to get to this stage, one more, and their tournament is done.
And that just adds a little bit of pressure and will definitely add a little bit of caginess. We already saw the caginess of those first few matchups in the winners bracket. When the stakes are raised even higher, that caginess gets taken to the next level, with both competitors tasked with the choice. Do they risk conceding, especially in the format that FIFA 21 is, in order to try and create more chances?
This is a big moment for these competitors. Have no doubt. We have seen champions rise up from the losers bracket in events past, and I knew that was coming. Of course, he tries that from the kickoff. I went to say it pre-game, Treaders, and then I had a moment, surely not. Surely not on this stage. The kickoff sweat in full effect. And I gotta be honest, I kinda liked it. That was the one bit I didn't expect. Formulating a more, let's say, traditional attack through Cruyff. A good-looking cutback. Well, kept out by Walker. Dylan can finally have those nerves settled just a little bit.
And with players moving all around the pitch into their required positions, it's the most dangerous part of your game, is when that you're setting up your defense. And we see a strong tussle initially, and it seems like Jazz has resisted going for the 5 at the back and is indeed going to attempt to break down ground zero Dylan through his narrow attacking play. This is the Jazz we love to see, so aggressive, so pressing, and so attacking. He will create so many chances in this formation. It will be up to Dylan to weather this storm, as Jazz already creating a chance and scoring it. Such brilliant build-up, using the width of the pitch, working it back, and scoring a stunning goal.
Some emotion from Jazz in FIFA esports. Well, well, well. The more things change, the more they stay the same. One of the most fiery competitors in the Oceania region got his chance at a LAN event through the E-League and was heard throughout the resounding suburbs. Equally as emphatic when scoring than when conceding. Dylan, a lot more reserved. I remember him during E-League Season 3, and I believe sharing a photo of that recently. Having a little lie down on the desk before exploding. The first touch there, not what he wanted, taking the shot regardless. Off the woodwork and out of play.
And Jazz looking to press high, looking to win that ball back before the attack comes to anything. Tactical foul there committed by Ground Zero Dylan. But Jazz looking to press high, sent his centre back flying up to intercept the ball, which opened up that space for Dylan to simply chip that through ball. Again, the touch letting him down. But here is that press from Jazz. If he wins this ball early, he will score so many goals. But if he allows Dylan so much time and space, you can only feel that Dylan will score, skips past the challenge and equalizes. It is 1-1 through simple counter-attacking football from Dylan.
Eat 'em up, baby! St. Maximin on the score sheet. Look at that. Lovely little skip to ride the contact. The finish to boot from Foot Freeze St. Max. We have ourselves a game. Dylan doing very well to make it this far. And indeed to participate at all. He is in the process of moving. Maybe more on that in a touch. The player lock. Ronaldo, left foot. 2-1. We go again. Some more humble pie for the doubters. Plenty of goals early on.
And Jazz looking to press so high up, opens up that space, and Dylan's too good of a competitor, utilizing the player lock to create that space, just held the run long enough and ensured that the pass went to the designated player. And indeed, he's able to capitalize there. But when Jazz gets his fullbacks involved in his attack, he'll find so much joy whipping that ball in either on a cross or in a through pass to the strikers. But at the moment, Dylan is holding out defensively and going up the other end and scoring some wonderful goals on the counter attack. But so direct is Jazz playing that he gets half a chance. Has that many bodies in the box, half a rebound will give Jazz a certain goal.
If you've waited during that longer than expected break, you have been aptly rewarded. 4 goals from both competitors, a total of 4, in less than 30 in-game minutes. A little frustrated with his defender there, Dylan. Understandably so. We'll need to lock back in to try and finish that earlier thought. He is in the process of moving Dylan back at his old apartment because it's the only one of the two that actually has working internet. Credit to him for getting things working and sorted, ready to take place in the qualifier. If you have any doubt how much this means to these competitors, you need look no further than the example of Ground Zero Dylan in that 112-day lockdown, living alone, now moving apartments, plenty of work to keep him busy too. He's been unable to play more than 2 best of 2s, I believe, since qualifying. He has done as much prep as time will allow. We'll try and implement those learnings right here and now. 2-2. Still with time left in this first half.
And this direct play from Jazz, so threatening, lovely over the top through ball. Ronaldo will beat the keeper to that. The risky run with running Nick Pope in goal is his one weakness. Besides his kicking, as we see, Ground Zero Dylan just offside, but that weakness with Nick Pope, besides his kicking, is the ability to come off the line in comparison to goalkeepers such as Edison. Slight change in tactics from Jazz, opting to switch to the 5-3-2. Might look to slow things down a little, limit Dylan's over-the-top through balls and general dominance and end-to-end feel that this game has started out in.
Good tackle from Jazz. Able to regain possession. Will do well to formulate an attack from this position. with only seconds remaining. Tries to go down the line. Walker makes the tackle. And a thoroughly entertaining half of FIFA 21. Jazz looking good very early. How about that? Bit of a throwback with the Tifo. Much love and respect. It stays at 2-2. And the 5-3-2 being implemented by Jazz FIFA. It is surely, Treaders, the meta for the time being at least.
Absolutely, especially if your opponent is unable to get that direct style of play flowing. When your opponent's playing possession and you're in the 5-3-2, you have so much of an advantage. You've got a bank of 8 covering all facets of attack. And when compared to the 4-2-3-1 or even the 4-4-2 defensively, you'll find so much more joy in that 5-3-2. But that is brilliant attacking play from ground zero. Dylan gets that ball straight back off a tackle. And the no celebration really says it all. But credit to Dylan for getting into that position, getting into that one-on-one. And he still had to finish it when the ball fell to him.
I think it's fair to say Dylan would be one of the most honest and forthright competitors in Oceania, both on social media and in-game. Loves it when he's on fire. Well aware when he's gotten a little lucky. Goodness knows he's certainly copped enough of it on the other end. But still, the humility with the no celebration react. Jazz was leading very early, 1-0 after 12 in-game minutes. Through CR7, it is now 3-2 to ground zero Dylan. Jazz, an unsigned currently FIFA esports competitor. I tell you what, I said it before with Naylor. I'll say it again. There is quality in this region. If you're willing to have a little look, they will do you proud. At the moment, ground zero backing Dylan, backing their man to get the job done. A few interesting West Australian connections there. Dylan having represented Perth Glory in the E-League, ground zero being based in Perth in Western Australia. They have found a Gomes brother to their liking, and he's already rewarding that faith and making it through to this bracket stage of the competition. Jazz down 2-3. Dylan maybe just a little bit more confident, certainly a little bit more composed from that corner. Doesn't go the way he wants it to. Jazz with some very good defending with his centre back.
And that wing play will prove to be so crucial for Jazz going forward, attempting to hold that play up there, but well tackled by ground zero Dylan. And almost read by Jazz, but that through ball works brilliantly for Dylan. But numbers back now for Jazz. Into R9 in the box, the reverse elastico, almost creating a brilliant goal-scoring chance. That fullback is incredibly wide, which could open up opportunities for Jazz to counter-attack. But as we mentioned previously on the broadcast, the 5-3-2 is not the strongest counter-attacking formation, which is leading in to Dylan's advantage of being able to really control this matchup and control possession.
Look at that. Oh, you love to see it. We said it might be gone from competition. It's not completely gone. It's just being used a little less. How about that through ball, by the way? Cruyff. Jazz trying the shot, but the defender into the path. And we continue on. There is future stars. Kulusevski once more. Bruno Fernandes. You're loving life if you manage to pack him. Or if you managed, rather. Past tense, of course. Now you need to save up your precious coins. Kulusevski back to Neymar. happy to take his time. Jazz using the Adelaide United kit. He is an Adelaide boy and represented them in Season 3 of the E-League. It will end up here with Cruyff. He's through on goal is Cruyff, but shoots it past the post. Jazz frustrated, and Dylan looking a little surprised. He too thought that would find the back of the net.
The wide eyes from Dylan would say it all, but he's given that ball straight away. Maybe feeling sorry for Jazz. Jazz will need to keep that ball, get that ball into someone else's feet besides Cruyff. A little bit low on stamina at the moment. Opting to recycle and go again in this 4-4-2 now. The scoop turn, ball roll, scoop turn, almost coming off. But the counter press from Jazz, so overwhelming. Winning that ball back again and again. Stopping Dylan from going forward. Attempting a directional nutmeg there was Jazz. And Dylan struggling to get out of his own half at the moment. And finally is able to clear his lines.
Numbers forward 2. He's going to have to hold it up. Maybe could have shown more intent. Maybe it's just good Jazz defending. Either way, the ball into the area never came. Dylan maybe just looking to steady the ship a little bit through possession. Mbappe trying to play it square. Now he does, but look at the press, as you mentioned, Treaders. Leaves a bit of space, though. Ronaldo. Still going here, Dylan. St. Maximin. Mane. Mbappe. What a goal that would have been if we had a strike at the end. But Jazz is defending, resolute, with only a few minutes left to play here in this first leg.
It's very reminiscent of some heavy metal football. The counter press after losing that ball. The one-on-one, too many directional nutmegs there, taking that ball away, but the counter press immediately after losing that ball. The perfect time to win it back, and Jazz seals it. We are back level heading into the second leg in the final moments of stoppage time.
And the celebration to boot. The first time finish through Neymar means it will stay 3-3. I'll hold my breath for just a moment to make sure that we're not playing through 20 minutes of stoppage time. 3-3 it is. Jay Treaders, simply a thoroughly entertaining first leg.
That's as entertaining a half as we've had so far in the past few events. End-to-end action. Not sure which way it's going to go. One competitor taking the lead and the other competitor taking the lead after that. It's very hard to pick which way it's going, and the press from Jazz keeps us on our toes.
Excellent finishes from the competitors, and the defending, even at 3-3, has certainly had its moments. Leg 2 will be with you in just a moment's time, but for you watching along at home, well, there's a way for you to win to these events. Of course, could not go ahead without the sponsors. They get behind it and make these things happen. One of them is Turtle Beach. You've no doubt heard from the competitors and seen them talk about how important it is to be locked in. And there is your hashtag. The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Follow them at Turtle Beach and tweet using the hashtag. There it is, hashtag Stealth600 for your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. Wonderful. Whether you're here for the gameplay or a token, well, there's even better news. Now you can win something for yourself as well. Treaders, I always feel like I'm winning at life when we're at these events. We're not really at these events, doing these events, because the quality on display is tremendous. These two competitors finally getting their opportunity. Jazz and Dylan looking to really cement, I guess, their deservedness at this level. Not sure if that's technically a word that I should or could use, but the goals were there for all to see.
Yes, indeed, and the counter press going end to end with Dylan really showing his attacking prowess, and I think this game will go down to the absolute wire. Neither of these competitors' playstyle really suit. It's particularly down to the way that Jazz is playing this game. Dylan would be happy to take a 2-goal advantage and sit out the possession on that game in the game, but Jazz's playstyle being so aggressive simply doesn't allow for that to happen. If you're going to beat Jazz, you're going to have to beat him at his own game. You're going to have to outscore him. I don't think any competitor would feel comfortable in possession, particularly when Jazz is switching to that 4-4-2. How lovely is that scoop turn and ball roll combination that Dylan was using, by the way?
We had one more to bring to you right there at the end. The press from Bruno Fernandes. If you know, you know. And then Neymar with that first time finish. I was going to explain it, Treaders, but hey, play enough FIFA for yourself. You'll find out. My name is Nate Patrick, or Nate PTK. I'm with Jay Treaders. We're in between legs here. We have seen some really good defending. And I'll say it again, even at 3-3, I honestly thought there were some good patches. Some of those goals may be coming off a deflection or two rather than being created as a pure chance.
As the old OCE saying goes, you either rig or you get rigged. You just have to make the most of your opportunities that you get those numbers forward. And I think Jazz is really leaning into that play style of getting bodies forward. Maybe he might get lucky with a rebound. Jazz has the quality to create goals on his own. He doesn't need to be rigged. But if you do get the advantage from it, the way to get the advantage from it is by getting those rebounds, getting the players in the correct positions, and getting numbers in the box for the rebound or the deflected shot, deflected pass, whatever it may be. You'll find that if you take the risk by getting the players forward, risk getting scored on the counter-attack, you'll be well set to rig your opponent.
Having talked to the competitors, some coaches, and other supporting staff in the lead up to this event, one thing was made very clear. You're not going to get that luck if you don't get the ball forward in the first place. It's what a lot of the coaching and the practice is so focused on. You may see on social media tweets from these competitors asking for friendlies. Multiple things are practiced. The win is always good. But that final third movement, getting that ball to give yourself that opportunity, such a big facet of FIFA 21, as it probably always has been. Here in the loser bracket, round 1, match 1. This is leg 2. We are tied at 3-3. One competitor will advance to round 2. For one, the tournament will be done. That is just outside the area. Jazz knew when he made that manual challenge. But Dylan going direct off the crossbar. That's how it's done in Oceania, baby. Millimeters away. It might sound weird to you watching on that I'm celebrating a non-goal. I just want to see more direct free kicks. So spectacular when they do come off. Dylan still with possession for a moment more. And finally, Jazz does get the ball. Almost 9 minutes in to this second leg.
And the way that Jazz defends in the 5-3-2 essentially turns it into a 4-4-2 diamond, with that central midfielder pushing up to the cam position to join in the press rather than dragging one of the strikers back. And when he pushes that central midfielder up the virtual pitch, it allows one of his centre backs to join the press as well. And overall, it's just getting bodies in the way. And because he has those players higher up, it allows such a counter-attacking threat, even though the weakness of the 5-3-2 is its ability to hit on the counter.
Foot freeze. Firmino made that original challenge and run forward, a foot item that you may have seen plenty In the weekend league, the squad building requirements for competitors means they can't all be icons or team of the years or the rest of it. They make sure they adhere to the guidelines, and it is, at least in my experience, a positive development seeing different foot items used. Sure, you're going to have your OP ones, but the variety is there for all to see. Jazz using Kuleveski in a left wing-back role on occasion. He will move around those players within that 5-3-2. Cruyff on the left foot. Nick Pope getting down well, both competitors, using the holy goalie.
And if we go back just to that counter-attack before from Jazz, it was so well defended by Dylan, as Dylan opting to use these large over-the-top through balls, whips that cross to the back stick. But Dylan's player simply running out of stamina after such a lung-bursting run down that flank. Seeing that Reece James item also used. End-to-end action. Dylan being forced into pressing the player that is on the ball. But at the moment, he is up to the challenge of marking the passing lanes, of marking the man on the ball. But Jazz has so many options at his disposal. If he cuts that back to the man who had just presented himself and had moved that ball around, he might have been celebrating another goal. But instead, Dylan, reading that Jazz was using that man as a decoy, wins that ball back and is slowing the game down, playing the game at his own pace, ensuring that the attack he does create is a high percentage one.
The calm after the storm, perhaps. There is Reece James from that Future Stars promo. I won't stop going on about it. It is my favorite. 87 overall right back foot item, 91 pace. Yes, please. Mane, look at that ball. Over the top, Mbappe. Nick Pope gets down well. Uses those long legs to make the save for Jazz. I saw a question in the chat. If Kulevski's at left wing back for Jazz, what is Mendy doing? He slots in to a left centre back role. Almost perfectly on cue. Varane instead on that occasion, making the challenge. Maybe if you're new to FIFA Ultimate Team, it might seem weird to play foot items out of position, but really you want to be looking at those stats on the foot items, seeing do they have the attributes for multiple roles. Certainly when it comes to the squad building requirements, foot items that can be a bit flexible, Treaders, are going to be more favourable than ones that are an out-and-out role, perhaps.
Yes, indeed. Huge challenge that, and a foul given away. Do we see him going direct? I don't think he'll go direct from this spot. A little bit too far out, but we'd love to see it.
You know he will, and Jazz knows he will too. They have played each other in a friendly or two. The man back there on the line, and there is Mendy at centre-back getting it done. Dylan, can't believe how well the defender has done there. We are still all locked up at 3-3, minutes away from halftime in this second leg.
And I don't think it can go understated how extraordinary some of these reads by these competitors are. A little bit of knowing your opponent quite well and a little bit of understanding the positioning that your items have to be in. And we're seeing Elasticos not as quick as they used to be. St. Max skipping past another challenge and playing that ball offside at the end of that first half of the second leg. We are locked up at 0-0. 3-3 on aggregate, though.
I never thought a TIFO would bring a tear to the eye. Learned something new about myself today. Confirming for you there, Mendy at left centre-back. Bergwijn now at left wing-back. We'll have a look at that change because maybe Jazz has seen enough, Treaders, of the 5-3-2. Looking to a 4 at the back variant. As you said, the aggressive 4-3-1-2 is formation of choice to get this far. But things can change in a week of FIFA. One thing that hasn't changed, Jazz's approach to the kickoff. Ball out of play. Danger averted for Dylan. Have you seen anything to make you change your prediction, Treaders? Or are things really too close to call?
At the moment, it's a little bit too close to call as Jazz running fake shot, cuts it back and right on cue, puts it 4-3. Those changes taking effect absolutely immediately. The unconventional method of going from kickoff, getting the yards as quickly as possible, and the most simple of goals, the cutback, coming back to FIFA 21.
Probably the most Australian thing you'll see on a FIFA broadcast. Get the meters, get it into touch, and then use your field position. Jazz FIFA with the 1 goal advantage. Still plenty of time left for ground zero Dylan. He will have to adjust and adapt very quickly to that formation change. It is on occasion we see competitors using formations on the fly. By that I mean having one for defense and one for offense. A bit like the NFL on occasion, different lineups there. Here, just different strategies. Bergwijn able to get it back. And as I said, flexibility with foot items, very important. Mendy now back to his more traditional left-back role.
And at times with Jazz, you'll see this 5-3-2 transition to a little bit of a 3-4-3 with those wingers staying up to support the wing backs, rather staying up to support the striker, with one of the strikers dropping back to collect the ball. Quite like a 3-4-3 diamond with a single defensive mid, a cam. A very much a throwback to days gone by. But we're seeing still Jazz push ahead. Needs to score yet again. Is that cut back on? No, it's not. It's well marshaled by Dylan, who survives that attack yet again. Looks for the player lock over the top and has a player at the top of his screen. Looks for him, but it's well cut out once again by Jazz.
I don't actually like comparing Dylan to his brother where I can, but that was unmistakably a very Marcus Gomes attempt. The through ball from right to left, player lock works this time. Mbappe inside, Dylan cut back. That man is there again. James doing bits for Jazz FIFA. And it will start to open up, of course, as Dylan searches for the equalizer. Jazz can use space at the other end. Really good tackle. That's St. Max tracking all the way back. Dylan has cued a pause, looking for one final change and assault on Jazz's goal. Have a look if you're wanting to pick up a thing or two at Jazz's defending. See how he switches between players, sometimes marking a passing lane, always putting pressure on the football. Dylan, for that reason, has to hold things up a little bit, and Jazz reading that perfectly. I told you I like defending as much as I like attacking, and that was masterful use of player switching and passing lane reading from Jazz. He's going to have to keep doing it. Dylan with the ball again.
And it becomes a little bit of a game of chess as Dylan stops, props, and fires off the shot. And unable to make that chance count on Mbappe's 4-star weak foot. There have been opportunities aplenty, but that 5-3-2 is holding solid for Jazz at the moment. Jazz playing with quite an aggressive 5-3-2, considering that there is no out-and-out defensive piece in the three midfielders. All three midfielders could rightfully, in a number of gold team players or in lesser competitors, play up top.
Dylan with time. He just wants one more to send it to extra time. Carrasco brought on. Attack breaks down. What can Jazz do on the counter-attack? I do normally say it's not a counter with the 5-3-2. That's because it's hard to pass with numbers in transition. He gives it up there. Dylan runs into the man. Referee says penalty kick.
Dylan very confused in that moment. And now the important thing to remember with this penalty kick is that there is no indicator for these competitors to work off.
A massive moment for ground zero Dylan, taking his time. And Hernandez makes no mistake. The Manchester United man unites with Kitchen Gang. And we have this leveled up at 4-4. Jazz still in disbelief at how that penalty was given away.
Both competitors throwing their hands up in confusion at what had gone down. And indeed, Dylan makes that moment count. But Jazz, not one to shy away from being a little bit unconventional, with a very aggressive wing back in Bergwijn. Now bring that ball forward. 1-2's tiki-taka, FIFA linking up, and Dylan does well to keep that ball in play. 10 minutes in game remaining, but that is not a very good giveaway in the slightest. Cuts it back to the penalty spot, does Jazz, but a touch too heavy, and Dylan survives that terrible mistake.
Not so sure there's such a thing as a good giveaway, Treaders. If there is, I haven't seen one yet. It did come out of almost nowhere. A sip of his favourite energy drink from GZ Dylan. Jazz will need to try and get his composure back. Things were more or less going to plan. But you can never rule out a Fernandez penalty, apparently, in any game, real or in FIFA 21. Able to hold on to possession that time in a similar position on the pitch. Dylan may well feel like this is his game. When you have those moments of fortune and you make the most of them, it can change the complexion, not just of a contest, but of one's emotional state. Full of confidence now, Dylan. Jazz will just want to get his feet back on the ball. The 5-3-2 being spread around. Dylan potentially waiting until stoppage time for his strike. We're not far away now. There will be extra time if we don't see a fifth goal in the next 2 minutes that have just been added on. He goes forward now. Mbappe for Dylan. He tries to cut it back. Just like we saw before with Naylor. The shot across the face was on. He might get one more though. The same thing. And Nick Pope there. 2 massive opportunities. Would you like a third? Carrasco over the bar. And we're going to extra time.
What a chaotic finish. The game was there on a platter for Dylan. All he had to do was put it in the back of the net. He timed his run perfectly, and Jazz nearly threw it away again. Just incredibly surprising. But also, it shows what the pressure of the moment can do to a competitor. Any other situation besides right now, Dylan is winning that game at the death. And even when he doesn't clear that final, when Jazz doesn't properly clear that final chance and instead tries to go on the counter, Jazz would be kicking himself for giving Dylan another bite, another chance after barely surviving the previous chance.
To extra time we go. The loser bracket, round 1, match 1, has not disappointed. If you're looking for entertainment, a bit of drama perhaps, and some quality, it's had it all. Jazz FIFA and GZ Dylan go again. If they cannot be separated in extra time, then yes, we will go to a penalty shootout. This is Jazz going for something. I think his reaction says it all there. I'm sure that would have been a firm cross that ends up as a shot. I guess we try and put that out of our minds and continue on. Thankfully for Dylan, keeper was in the right place. He's struggling to get it clear just at the moment. Hope will take another touch. Things getting a little bit weird and wild. Will it be wonderful for one of these competitors in extra time? From past experience, Shredders, it seems to fly by.
And already we're past the halfway point of the first period of extra time. Dylan essentially will be in the same holding pattern as he was previously, but giving that ball away there will allow Jazz to sit on the ball to settle for a little bit before going for the final possession and trying to score with the last kick of the first portion of extra time. But he gives it away now. And it's turnovers galore right now. Barely getting out of the midfield. Only managing single pass possessions indeed. And now Dylan finally able to calm things down enough to get the final attack. Well tackled, but that player offside. Jazz able to survive the threat of attack from Dylan yet again. Scores still locked up at the end of the first portion of extra time at 4-4.
Who have you got watching on from home, work, your commute, from around the world? At this stage, your guess is as good as mine or anyone else's. The second stanza of extra time. Moments away. This Oceania event, day 1 of qualifier number 2, not disappointing. Jazz in Adelaide. Dylan in Melbourne. I'm in Sydney. Treaders up in Brisbane. Hey Treaders, if we get the penalties, why don't you give it a call, brother man? I'd like to hear that. I reckon, the one thing that I do know, Treaders, you'll break the decibel meter and you'll need a new mic for Championship Sunday. Jazz or Dylan? Who will it be? Who is going through to the loser bracket round 2? It really has gone back and forth. Jazz sticking with the 5-3-2-1 wonders. Could he have been a bit braver? Stayed with that 4 at the back that got him the 4-3 advantage. He's going back to the tried and tested. Space on the near side for GZ Dylan. Trying to move the centre-backs out of position, or rather centre-mids. First and foremost, one thing at a time. He's unable to beat that midfield just at the minute. Firmino, Ronaldo, there we go. Mbappe up against Varane, who eats that up for breakfast, lunch and dinner.
And that Varane has been acting like a stopper rather than a sweeper all game. And that's where that big body is at its absolute best. Jazz with an overload on the right-hand side, cuts it back immediately. And he would have hoped to hang on to possession there. But a brilliant sliding challenge means that Jazz can recycle possession, go again. And maybe, just maybe, he might settle for the final possession. But I don't think that's in Jazz's nature. He wants to score as quickly as possible. Whenever the opportunity arises, he will take it.
Firmino dragging back. Fernandez to Adama Traore at left wing back. Butchered that name. We move on. Cruyff Inside, Fernandez back to Cruyff. Last chance for Jazz. And his icon does not come up with the big moments. They cannot be separated as it stands. The last corner, Nick Pope, the big swing. And we are done. It's the moment we've all been waiting for and been dreading. It's the penalty shootout.
And Adama to take the first, and Jazz hits the post with his first take. And ground zero, Dylan is saved magnificently from Jazz. Moving right and then saving to his left. Jazz greens it this time, removing any doubt of hitting the post again. Dylan takes it beautifully. Sees the early movement from Jazz. Well taken again from Jazz. These penalties are being greened. These competitors are locked in. And Dylan finishes his chant. We are still locked up. Nothing can separate these two competitors. Fernandez, who else? He does not miss. Dylan in the pressure cooker now. And it's saved again. Jazz with an opportunity to go ahead in the losers bracket and go straight down the middle. Does not execute. But if he saves this, Dylan will be going out. And it is saved. And Jazz does indeed go through with a marvelous save to end the penalty shootout.
Nick Pope, the hero for Jazz FIFA. The ecstasy and the agony that is FIFA esports. I think that's the most emotional game that I've had to commentate before. A lot of things going through my system right now. Treaders, a lottery
so much,
basically to decide.
So much meaning to that contest for both of those competitors, coming through such hardship for both of them, missing out on so many opportunities. It's awesome that we're able to see these competitors compete once again on the world stage in front of so many people. But credit to Jazz in the end, held his nerve, backed his ability to save those penalties, and he greened it after keeping his head after missing that first penalty.
My sincere condolences to Ground Zero Dylan, trying to put things in a positive light. Think we can assuredly say that's not the last we've seen of him. Indeed, it's just the beginning. Congratulations to Jazz FIFA for progressing through to round two. Carl and Mike, bring that one home for us.
Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that. Wow, what an entrance it was for GZ. Global Series going out on penalties, though. Oh, Mike LaBelle, what did you make of that matchup?
I was going to say, what an entrance and what an exit. I'm happy that we got a very close affair between both of these competitors. When you know each other really well, it typically turns into two different types of things. It's either all the way left or all the way right, where you have a very cagey affair and there's nothing. Everybody's out reading or overthinking. Or it ends up being very offensive back and forth action, which was what we saw in this matchup versus Dylan and Jazz. And it started out loud. And because it started out loud, I felt like the activity was there. You see the emotion, what it means to both of these competitors. And we saw a little bit of everything in terms of the build-up, the counterattacks, the space that was found, the opportunities that were taken, the opportunities that were missed. It might have been some nerves. And then in penalty kicks, we got a pretty good penalty kick dispute as well, as you see the ball roll there just to open up enough lane of space. But I was really happy watching this game, especially considering that we've had I know Treaders was very proud of this moment with some player lock, but I was happy that we got to witness an offensive back and forth affair, because we've had a blowout today. We've had a couple close cagey games that were really clean sheet heaven, and that's something that's been so rare in this year's competitive season. If we're going through the multiple events that we've seen on display, typically there are high scoring games. They haven't been a lot of who can out control who outthinks who, and possession affairs and so forth. So I was happy to see that both these guys brought it, and you see another instance of that player lock that had the breakthrough.
We did indeed, in that game. In that first leg was just back to back with plenty of goals. That is exactly what we wanted right there. And as you could see, in that game. Jazz celebrating right there after he brought it back, making it 3-3. And it went into that second leg. Both players going toe-to-toe against each other. It was, though, Jazz who broke the deadlock. It went all the way to penalties. We saw that one saved right there. Dylan had to score, and unfortunately he didn't. Fortunately for Jazz, though, he saved it. And we can see his reaction right there and how much it means to him. It was 4-4 overall, but it is Jazz who wins this game 3-2 on penalties, making his way through, remaining in this tournament. And we can invite him in to have a conversation in the broadcast as well. Jazz, welcome. First things first, we've got to say well done, congratulations. Was that a tough one, tougher than you expected maybe?
I know how good Dylan is. He's always going to bring it, and he definitely did. Saying it was definitely tough, yeah, definitely. But I always know how good he was, being my E-Club teammate. He basically carried me through that qualification process. He's a quality teammate, and I expected nothing less from him.
Hey, Jazz. First off, congrats on the win. I know penalty kick can take a lot out of you anytime you go through one of those shootouts. So we've had this a narrative, and I don't know if you've been listening to the broadcast or even the previous broadcast where we talk about the old guard and the new guard. Where do you fall into this equation in your opinion? Because I think you're more old guard than new guard. But
I was thinking about this before. I think I fall dead in the middle. Like, I don't think I'm young. I don't think I'm old. I think I'm honestly probably in this scene dead in the middle. I know Marcus is probably one of the old guard, and there's Marco out there as well. Jamie's been playing for a long time, even though he's I think he's the same age as me as well. So there's a bunch out there that are around that age. I don't think I wouldn't consider myself part of the old guard. I don't think I'm good enough to be part of that old guard. But I'll be happy to fall right in the middle.
Jazz, just a quick one. You did mention that you are teammates in another competition, yourself and Dylan. Is that why it was so close? Is that why it went all the way to penalties, do you think? You just both knew each other's gameplay so well?
Possibly. I wouldn't say that's the main reason. I just think we're both very evenly matched. I think I sort of came into the game trying to press high in the first 20 minutes. I think you saw I conceded probably 2 goals on the counter. I didn't expect him to play that quick. I think he's been probably brushing up on how I try to play in friendlies and in that Club World Cup process. So, I try to press. Unfortunately, it didn't work for me in the first 20. I think I went 2-1 down after getting an early goal. So, went to the fire back, just sort of said, you know what, have the possession. I will quite happily try to hit you on the break. So, being teammates, I don't think really played much part into it. I wouldn't say it's the main reason. I just think we're both very evenly matched and obviously competitors. So.
And just a quick one final question, just wanted to ask you, are you feeling the pressure? It's the second qualifier in this region. It's getting closer and closer towards playoffs. Are you feeling that pressure to book your spot in the playoffs?
I'll be lying if I said I wasn't feeling any pressure. I think you probably see my hand shaking a bit right there. Still from those penalties, even through that game, my stomach is, my chest is definitely feeling the pressure and the occasion of the game, basically. So, pressure, definitely. You got to perform. 3 qualifiers for our region. There's not many. You got to get those points, and hopefully come back next week and even tomorrow, and get some more points on the board.
Yes, definitely. You do remain in the competition, so congratulations. We'll let you go and cool off and calm down a little bit. You will be staying in the competition, making your way through to Championship Sunday. Jazz, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Right, there we have it. Jazz does remain in the competition. And Mike, one thing he did just say there, feeling that pressure. 3 qualifiers, it isn't a lot for this region. We know the quality in this region as well. So it's going to be tough going into that final qualifier.
I appreciate that transparency. And you could tell that the game has affected him. I felt as if we were getting Jazz interview with momentum involved or with adrenaline involved. He was ready to answer our questions. By the time we were finishing our last point of the question, he's like, boom, in there. Like, I was actually already thinking about that. And you're right. I don't know where I fall, but somewhere in the middle of the game. I was like, okay. Okay, penalty kick shootout. All right, I understand. It's revved you up.
He was ready for you. His chest was definitely beating. Going all the way to penalties. He did keep his nerve, though, and this is how the losers bracket currently looks. Yes, things are unfolding in there. Unfortunately, we do say goodbye to GZ Dylan. We could have seen the two brothers going head-to-head, but it wasn't meant to be. It is Jazz who takes on Marcus Gomes in that losers bracket round number 2 tomorrow. But coming up very, very shortly, we have our next game in that losers bracket. Yes, Greek Freak taking on Marco. And Mike LaBelle talking about old guard. Marco's been there. He's done that. He's proved time and time again just how good he is at this game. And he'll want to be coming back and showing us again.
This is a marquee matchup, all pun intended, of a rematch between Marco and Greek Freak. So this started to build up some history here. And it is a classic old guard versus new guard. And I think you're really in for a treat. Everybody that's been in the stream, or good morning if you're waking up, I guess in the US, it's 8 a.m. now. This is a good one to tune in for. This is a matchup that when I saw everything that was laid out before we were seeing who's going to be eliminated, who's going to go further on in the tournament, I said this is the one to watch.
Yes, and that match is coming up very, very shortly. So make sure you do stick around. Make sure you do stick with us. It's the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. And that matchup is coming very, very soon. We'll see you in a minute.
FIFA Global Series 21 Oceania Qualifier 2 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker and we've got one more matchup for you in day 1 here. Marco taking on a Greek Freak. And before we get into that, let's welcome back Mike LaBelle. Mike, what a day it's been. Plenty of FIFA 21 action here and we're topping it off with this matchup. I'm not going to say we're saving the best until last, but we are saving one of the most exciting matchups until last here on day 1.
If it looks anything like the previous game where we had Jazz and Dylan, I'll be over the moon. I'll be completely satisfied. I want that type of back and forth. And in this matchup, I know this region is super friendly and so forth and so on, but come on, there's got to be a little animosity here because not only is this the old versus the new, not only is this a rematch, but we're also dealing with a Greek Freak who represents Footwiz. Footwiz used to be Marco's team, bread and butter. He kind of grew with them. I'm just saying, I'm just observing from my point of perspective. This has to be a growing rivalry. Has to be.
How's that mixing spoon and the pot? Because you're definitely mixing right there, Mike.
I can go grab it from downstairs. We can really get busy. Don't get me started.
Mixing. I can see you mixing. Now, we've not just got FIFA 21 action for you to feast your eyes on. We've also got some viewership rewards. And during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your own viewership rewards. Now, for the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world competing at the highest level. What you've got to do is simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on these select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. You can see the dates that you can still get them on. Now remember, tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your accounts, and these tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with great pack rewards up for grabs. Now remember, the more tokens you earn by watching on the eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. So don't miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series, and make sure to redeem your rewards. Also, something special that we have for this weekend only, right here, Oceania Qualifier number 2. Anyone that does watch more than an hour of FIFA Global Series action on Twitch with a linked Twitch and EA account will also receive a Resende Tifo for you to include in your Ultimate Team. So make sure you're getting involved. Make sure your accounts are linked, and you will be able to receive that. Something else we've got for you, it's FIFA Face-Off. Yes, Mike Lavelle with the image right. I'm liking it. I'm liking it.
It's growing on me. I've never really been a heart guy myself, but it's growing on me.
We've also got FIFA Face-Off for you. Yes, an opportunity for members of the community to get a chance to participate in a FIFA-themed game show. And here's a short video telling you all about it.
Hey, what's good, FIFA community? It's Castro here, and listen up. The FIFA Global Series Face-Off is about to launch, and we want to know if you...
Me? What, me?
Yeah, you.
And we want to know if you have what it takes to participate with FIFA pros and celebrities.
For a prize pool of up to $25,000.
Team up with FIFA pros and celebrities in a brand new game show.
FIFA Face-Off.
Teammates, because they're playing to win you money.
Brilliant. What are you waiting for?
I'm bringing all the smoke. You ain't ready for this?
Nah, come on. It's about to go down.
Ready? Click on the URL and enter for your chance to participate and win.
Make sure you submit those videos. You've got 6 days and counting to get it done, so make sure you do it. There's a $25,000 prize pool per episode. So go to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off to submit your videos by February 19th. Right, back to the action here. The Oceania Qualifier number 2. Mike Lavelle, we need to big this matchup a little bit more. You started mixing a little bit. I've got the whisk now, all right? We're mixing a lot. Greek Freak taking on Marco. And I feel like for Marco, this is a huge matchup because we've seen what he can do. He's been at so many different events, and he's going to want to showcase that. We've already spoke to Jazz. The pressure is on for these players. Marco is someone who will want to be at playoffs.
Let me keep mixing then. I'll continue. I'll put together the best concoction that you could have asked for. Thus far this year, Greek Freak has been outperforming Marco, and we've already seen this matchup previously, as I was saying beforehand. And I would go on record and say that Marco, for many of us, has been the premier player from this region, even ahead of the fact of Gomes. A lot of people would say Marco is the guy that was kind of leading the charge. It was always between, I'd say, Marco, Gomes, and Jamie being kind of the big three, the household of all household names. If you had maybe some different household items, you'd be like, this guy is the sweeper, this guy is the sponge,
Oh, wow.
this guy is the microwave.
You don't need any chores at home, do you?
You can tell I clean my kitchen so well. I was like, this is a spatula over here. You know?
Wow, you don't cook a lot, do you? You do not cook a lot. Wow, lots of takeouts. And anyway, let's move on. Nate and Treaders.
I just got the mixing spoon. That's all I got is the spoon.
Nate, we're seeing Greek Freak taking on Marco. Mike Lavelle's doing his best impression of mixing everything right there. That is what he's doing. Let's bring it into the camera shot. He's mixing it all. Are we going to see these two going head to head? Do you think that there's a lot of rivalry between the two?
Evidently, yes. I think if you asked either competitor, they'd not have too many words, not wanting to give too much away. Indeed, at Landside, Marco hasn't even been particularly active on social media. Normally you get a little something. He's been very quiet in the lead up to this qualifier.
Oof, and Treaders, you know what's happening in this region day to day. So we're seeing Greek Freak taking on Marco. Between these two, let's focus on Greek Freak just very quickly. Has he got what it takes to be one of the best in this region, do you think?
Oh, undoubtedly. He's definitely the... If you were going to pick someone from this loser bracket to come through and take on Dylan, he would have to be my pick from the very start. He's already got that second place in the previous qualifier. He's been competing. The first event he really took part in was in FIFA 19, a head-to-head event all the way in August towards the back end of the cycle. So determined was he to grind out this game. Took time off from university, took a gap year to grind out FIFA, and so far it's paid off. And I think betting on himself will continue to pay off for him.
Oh, well, we'll see what happens. That one's coming up very, very shortly. I cannot wait for it, okay? It gets to this point in the day, and I start to think back, how have my predictions been going? I can't remember. I can't remember at all, all right? But we'll still make some more predictions. So, Mike, I'm going to start with you. You've got the whisk, you've got the mixing bowl, but who's going to come out on top?
This is a situation. I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind that Greek Freak's played better this year up to this point. However, I don't feel Greek Freak's been as good recently, at least from what I've seen online, watching some streams and so forth. So I think there's room there for Marco. It's harder to judge where Marco's at, especially when you have an absence on social media. But I'm an old man, and every time I go for Marco, it goes against me lately. And Marco's not nearly as old, but I want to see him do his thing. Maybe this is just from someone that's been in the FIFA space so long that I've always had Marco on a run, and whether he's coming up from the losers bracket or he's doing things in the winners bracket, he's always been very dangerous, and I just think he needs that little spark in order to kind of kickstart it again. So I'm going with Marco. I'm going against the grain. I know that Greek Freak's the favorite, but that's where I'm going.
Oh, it's so difficult, especially when you've been at events over the years and you know the capabilities of these players. I'm going to go opposite to you though, Mike. I'm going to say Greek Freak's going to come out on top of this one. Nate, I'll come to you. Predictions time. Who are you going for?
Can I just say I'm getting absolutely savaged regardless of who I tip, even if I'm right. The competitors themselves and their mates are in my DMs saying, you tipped against Jazz? Well, why don't you just block him on Twitter? I'm like, got to pick somebody. I'm going to go with Marco. Greek Freak is tremendous. I believe his overall quality is impeccable. But on form, I'm leaning towards Marco.
Oh, all right. And Treader's final prediction for the day. Who are you going for?
It's got to be Greek Freak. I've watched him a little bit of exclusive. I've watched him scrimming against Dylan. He's been playing incredibly aggressive, and so I think he'll have what it takes to overwhelm Marco, particularly with his use of his fullbacks.
Ooh.
But does he player lock though? Does he player lock?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, someone's been watching behind the scenes. Treader's got the inside scoop, the inside information right there. Let's see what happens between these two guys. We're going to kick off the final match of the day. It's the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. Greek Freak taking on Marco. Nate, Treaders, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. As always, my name is Nate Patrick. You're joined by Jay Treaders. This region so closely linked, competitors playing against one another. Very often, it's just a population connection type thing on this side of the world. I dare say, with all the big games that we've had today, because of the stakes, Treaders, the loser being knocked out of the tournament, this is, in fact, the biggest game of today.
Just wild that we're getting this matchup. Normally, you'd expect to be getting this matchup in a winner's bracket. That's indeed what we got in Qualifier 1. But to be having this matchup at this stage of the tournament, where arguably, well, not arguably, the loser of this matchup is getting put into equal 7th position. Neither of these competitors, in my personal opinion, are the 7th best competitor in the region. They are so much better than, but such is the double elimination method of these competitions.
Your last game of today. As Jazz said, we won't see you next week. We will, in fact, see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday. here, Greek Freak, representing Footwiz, versus Marco of Atlantide Wave, formerly of Footwiz. We could draw you up a bunch of storylines. You know them all by now. The most important one is yet to be written. When these competitors met in qualifier number 1, it was Greek Freak with a commanding 4-1 victory. If any were doubting the quality of Greek Freak, maybe a few people not aware of the scene at large, he will be firmly on their radar now. A player lock within 7 minutes. That one just for J Treaders.
And you love to see it. But Greek Freak already playing so aggressive, looking to thread that pass to the striker and giving that ball away. But Marco whipping that ball to the back stick, heads it on, and already scores an early goal. So rare that we see a goal created from the cross whipped in out wide from a set piece. But that's the Marco factor. You create goals where you least expect them.
I did mention Marco's been a little quiet on social media. He has been streaming very regularly. Been good to tune into those. I have taken his relative silence as a marked note of concentration, feeling like he needs to change something to re-find the form, the ability he knows he is capable of. A lot of competitors will brush results off for Marco. That 4-1 loss would have been very personal. And even with that pass and a very good opportunity, not going to plan, it's just a little shake of the head, and he's back and locked in.
And a number of these competitors, as Jazz mentioned, would be so hyper aware of the stakes of this tournament. With the gap between the top 8 and those who are struggling on that border gets bigger and bigger. Dylan, currently ranked in 11th or 10th. He'll be flying straight up into the top 8 and securing that spot. Marco, poorly timed offside trap allows Marco with so much space in behind, heading to that byline. The lob pass doesn't quite come off, but the ball recycled. Aggressive defending yet again from Greek Freak. The drag backs allowing Greek Freak to win that ball back. Well left out wide by Marco. And the player lock again being utilized to perfection at the moment.
I think Treader's definition of perfection with that particular mechanic is when it gets used at any point in time. Respect. 1-0 early doors to Atlantide Marco. So long have we seen him represent Greek Freak's organization at this point in time. It is easy to fall back into old habits, but FIFA esports continues to evolve. Marco trying to evolve as a competitor. What an incredible lofted through ball. Surely this time Nick Pope gets down again, and that is the third occasion where Marco must surely have believed he would have a goal, only to be stopped by the goalkeeper or defender.
And so aggressive is Greek Freak being with those movements that he needs those saves. Really being crucial in his play. Not allowing too much space in behind. Risky pass there, but it does come off in that instance. And those are the passes that Greek Freak will thrive off, rather. But he continually tries to turn the man marking the run. And that is well marshaled by Greek. Looking to use that player lock to either bring a man short and then send the player in behind. This is a very promising attack here from Greek Freak. The ball roll, the lob through pass. Unable to find the target on that occasion, but the possession stays in Greek Freak's hands.
Varane with a challenge for Marco. Pope used for both competitors, regardless of the amount of coins in each team, because these are the accounts of the competitors involved. Good to see that some of the more affordable foot items still very much usable, if not up there with the best in class on the world stage. That informed Pope. He's in my team. I hope he's in yours too. That coming back off the striker, I believe. It will go out for a goal kick. Just look at the intensity from Atlantide Marco. He is always Shredder's a picture of concentration, but even he is finding new ways to burn a hole into his monitor. So intense is that concentration.
And that's 2 occasions now that Greek Freak has attempted to utilize the directional nutmeg. You see him kicking it out in front, looking for that little speed boost. He'll look to vary that up as that header almost finds its way to Greek Freak's player's feet. And at the end of the first half, Marco's set piece gives him the advantage, with Greek Freak yet to register a shot or even a shot on target.
Good to see Footwiz Jamie being represented in a way through the TIFO. Much respect, as commented on more than a few times. It is a close-knit community. Right now, the scoreline close as well. Just the 1 goal to separate, but Shredders. Some glorious opportunities for Marco. Is he unlucky not to be further ahead, or is he just not been clinical enough?
I think he'd regard himself a little bit unlucky. A feature that Dylan didn't get to use just yet. Finish. And that's another feature that a number of these competitors, as we draw to the back end of FIFA 21, as they generally get the mastery of the overall gameplay, they'll focus on their finishing of chances rather than the overall creation of chances. The green time finesse on the edge of the box is actually still works, but the timing of it is so incredibly difficult to get down. You have to be absolutely on point with every single chance, otherwise that chance will go begging.
The early days of FIFA 19 pre-patch, I was using a full A-League team and still finessing green with the like of Petratos and co. 59 minutes. We hold that word. There we go, played. It is Marco with the 1-0 lead here in leg 1. Greek Freak looking to work his way back into the contest. It was pretty simply put from Footwiz Commander-in-Chief Dan, acknowledging the difficulty of this early game. Shot blocked well there by Marco, saying that it is always tough, and Dan would know, with so many Footwiz competitors in competitions around the globe, to come from the losers bracket. But if anyone can do it, it would be Greek Freak.
And Greek Freak will have that extra desire, an extra little bit of drive He puts so much on the line emotionally and mentally every time he comes out on the virtual pitch. It's hard to argue against him being one of the most driven competitors in our region, simply based on the evidence of what he sacrificed to get to this point. And in those celebrations as well, you can see how much these results mean to him. Every single goal, it's hard to tell whether he's screaming in pain or disappointment or in absolute ecstasy. Such is the emotional veracity of his celebrations.
Coming forward with the ball, one Ronaldo to another. Fernandez dissects his man. Ronaldo gets it back here and then misses the goal completely. Goodness gracious me, somehow it remains 1-0.
Wow. What a moment that was. Getting a little bit fortunate to retain that ball, but that's what you get when you have R9. But he'll need to keep his composure, will Greek Freak. Take comfort in the fact that he has created chances and created opportunities for himself to score. But that is a lovely tiki-taka piece of play from Marco, and he doubles his advantage. 2-0 to Marco.
A simple 1-2 passing. Getting it done in the end for Marco. 2-0 in this first leg. There's always the people watching on. Oh, I could do that if I have R9. That was made to look simple. When you're up against the defensive Greek Freak, you really do need to be at the top of your game, and Marco is something close to that right now. An excellent sliding challenge with future stars James. Not the first time I've said that today. May well not be the last. Marco dialed in. He wants this through ball. Mbappe, Mendy foot race. Mbappe wins it. There's a player in the middle. Greek Freak covers the passing lane and defends it excellently indeed.
This performance from Marco is heading towards vintage Marco areas, with him marshalling every single attack so expertly, keeping Greek Freak at bay. And if Greek Freak does get through the first line of defense, there is always another defender in the way, ready to make that interception, ready to make that sliding challenge. That pass expertly hit, and Marco still in possession of that ball despite hitting it into the defender. And Greek Freak will have a mission to keep this ball from getting into more dangerous areas. Throw-ins are such a 50-50 part of the game, but these competitors make them count. And indeed, Marco is making this situation count until Greek Freak expertly cuts out that pass. The driven through, over the top through ball, not the right option in that situation.
Last attack of the game. Mbappe for Marco. Charges inside. Ronaldo on the turn. And what a huge moment that is in your last game of the day. Still a leg to come, mind you. But that makes
he's just not even played good, and I'm just
the old
like, it's just not good.
halfway stage team talk, Treaders, a lot more interesting indeed. It felt at one moment that Marco was actually happier just to keep possession. In that throw-in, held that ball pass back and around, but with no time left, you might as well ping it forward. Your opponent can't score anymore. And just like that, Greek Freak finds himself 3 goals behind. Footwiz Marco now at Landtide Marco, rolling back the years.
And as previously mentioned, Marco just expertly marshalling his attackers a poorly timed player switch on that second goal, resulting in a centre-back rushing up, enabling the tiki-taka passing from Marco. But this cutback, so expertly placed, Greek Freak forced to cover too many options, and you can see what that goal means to Marco. Full credit to Marco for the way he's going about his attack, and also Greek Freak still playing quite aggressive. So it's not been a matter of Greek Freak happy to sit back, absorb the pressure, and try and hit on the counter. He has been going for it fully. He's playing a 4-4-2, which defensively isn't solid at all. It's a lot of competitors' second option, unless they're absolutely in strife or expecting to dominate the game. Indeed, the 4-4-2 from the outset has enabled Marco to really dominate possession, to dominate the wings, and when Greek Freak slightly misplaces a player, Marco's players are always, thanks to the player lock that Marco is using, they're always in the right place at the right time.
For Greek Freak then, looking down the barrel of a 0-3 scoreline, what's his way back, Treaders? Normally, we'd probably say it's the 4-4-2, go on the press. He's using that, and it's not really working. Is there another system he has up his sleeve?
Knowing Greek Freak as the competitor he is, and knowing that he's got Coach Zach, who he's trusted for so many events so far, he'll undoubtedly have a plan up his sleeve, I think. But knowing Greek Freak and seeing what I did during the week, I think his game plan will be to stick to the 4-4-2 and simply execute better. He's creating enough chances. He's getting the ball into decent areas. It's just been a matter of a little bit of lack of composure in the finishing, in the final third department, and also rushing players out in defense when it's not quite necessary, especially against a competitor such as Marco, who is for sure going to make you pay for that. A number of competitors, I know when I'm coaching Dylan or any of the Direwolves guys, I always say, would Marco let you get away with that? I don't think Marco's letting you get away with that. So simply against Marco, you have to be at your very best, because he is the best at capitalizing on mistakes.
He is the FIFA esports player in Australia. We're starting to slip into terminology saying he was the FIFA esports player of Australia. You have a look at that face on your screen right now, and you try and say that with even a scrap of sincerity. Atlantide Marco with a 3-0 advantage. Just a leg to come to see if he can advance through to the loser bracket round 2. And in a year of many learnings, can Greek Freak, with the aid of his coach, representing FootWiz, strike back from 0-3 down?
And those are the moments that Greek will look to catch that ball out and go directly on the counter-attack. That is so well read, though, by Marco, knowing that his fullback has the attack fully covered if he goes out wide. Marco opting to cover the player lock to the center. And now Marco using the width to his advantage. Options opening up left and right for him. But instead holds possession for a little while and will continue to look to go forward. And Greek can't quite get anywhere near the ball without risking giving away another goal. The team press will undoubtedly be turned on at some point, but Greek Freak can't get numbers back. And now Marco playing the possession game and waiting for those massive mistakes that might inevitably come through. But that is an uncharacteristic mistake from Marco himself. And Greek trying to shield to protect that ball, but runs into a dead end through Marco's Renato Sanchez.
You may find a few uncharacteristic mistakes from Marco, with his attention turning to possession arguably more than scoring goals. So much of this opening 17 minutes played in this area of the pitch. He comes forward now through R9, wants to play it wide, and does. Mbappe happy to send it back. At what stage does Greek Freak start to risk it? Marco gives it away there. That landside wave. Tweeting out earlier, admittedly, a French esports org. It's been a while since I fluently spoke French. Something along the likes of give your strength or give your power to Atlantside Marco in the chat. What I did understand was the picture of Yoda using the Force. Well, Marco's mitochondrial count through the roof right now. He's up 3-0, looking for number 4. Another cutback. And there it is. Greek Freak has nowhere to turn.
What are you doing?
Marco is absolutely dominant.
What do I play, man? Because I'm not doing.
If we were seeing vintage Marco in that first leg, this is prime vintage, prime moments. Marco coming to the fore right now, spending so long in possession, working the ball expertly left to right, using his players to turn the defense, and indeed finding enough space down the wing and through the cutbacks. Greek Freak not able to do anything but watch the ball find its way into the back of the net.
Marco taking a moment just to switch off. Those moments are important. If you're happy with your team, there's not much else to do. Then take that quick mental break and then come on right back. 4-0 on aggregate. And your grand finalist from the first Oceania Qualifier at real danger of being eliminated on his first game on broadcast here on Qualifier number 2.
Yeah, but he's not going to be giving up the ball, bro.
And Marco, 4 goals up, will play the possession game, play the waiting game, waiting for the mistakes from Greek Freak, wait for the rush of players. Does well to win a throw-in from that situation. Greek Freak looking a little bit restless now. And understandably so. 4 goals down is arguably the hardest spot to come back from. And the cross whipped in so direct, the gameplay. Marco at his absolute prime, creating goals, making it look so easy.
Spots the player no more than an arm's length off the defender and backs the man from his favourite football team to score the 5th goal on aggregate. Greek Freak's game at the moment, not anywhere near what he would have wanted it to be at both ends of the pitch. Defending, sure, but the passing percentage nowhere near his usual high standard. This game has still got plenty to play, Treaders, but at 5-0, he's going to need to find the 5-1, dare I say, on this attack, or it may not come at all. Fernandez to Ronaldo, and the cutout from Varane.
And that line from Atlantide Marco just so perfectly on point. Look at those possession stats. Nearly 80% possession so far in this second leg from a competitor 5 goals up. Just extraordinary. The amount of control that Marco is exerting over this game, whether that be in possession or without the ball. The organization from his players, the organization in defense, in offense, is something to behold.
Marco winning it back again. You do wonder exactly what Greek Freak is saying when these competitors stream their weekend league games, their qualifiers and whatnot. The most enjoyable part for myself is always what is going through their heads, the unfiltered version that comes about from the highest level of FIFA esports competitors. Greek Freak dancing around with R9. He's got 2 to beat, waits for his attacker to get back on side. Eventually, Marco says, I've had enough of that. Greek Freak doesn't mind that. But that is that for the half. A tale of 2 cities. One has possession, shots, and goals. The other one must be wondering how on earth this has been able to occur.
It's just extraordinary to watch a player of Greek Freaks, a competitor of Greek Freaks caliber, be made to look so, unfortunately, average at the moment. Such is Marco's high line of defense, making all the right reads. It's incredibly threatening to watch for any of the other competitors that remain in this competition. This is a statement game from Atlantide Marco. Marco is back, baby.
It certainly feels that way. Greek Freak will make every available second to try and count. I was going to say count. It remains to be seen if it will be. Marco very happy with his 4-2-3-1. He's occasionally switched to a 5 at the back, but just like DW Dillon, it is the tried, tested, much repeated meta formation of FIFA's past that is working for them in FIFA 21. Greek Freak 5 goals behind with a half to play. Let's see what can be done.
And if Greek Freak is going to stand a chance at all, he will need to score a goal within the first 10 minutes of this second half, of the final half of this loser bracket contest. Otherwise, he can wave goodbye to this competition. Marco, stop and prop, waiting for Greek Freak to make a decision, but also allowing numbers to come back, but allowing numbers for him to come up and support. Seeing that fullback get so heavily involved in Marco's gameplay. Knows he's 5 goals up. Happy to use that fullback to hold possession, to recycle, and indeed as a decoy, as that fullback gets used once again, the cutback allows Marco to go into the edge of the box. And now Greek Freak will have an opportunity for a counter that he needs in the absolute crucial sense. He needs to make this attack count.
Not a lot doing with his players off the ball. Tries to pass back. Marco has him exactly where he wants him. Fernandez skips over the challenge, but Mbappe is offside. 57 minutes and counting. Greek Freak still yet to score over almost 2 full legs of FIFA 21. Sanchez now, ball roll. 1-2 pass, inside. Just met by a perfect challenge by the Renato Sanchez for Marco. What about now? Ronaldo. Every skill move, every turn is met by an equally, if not more effective tackle. Everyone will talk about the goals Marco has scored, and so you should. But what about this defending? He is not letting anything through.
Possession play to this point has been so good from Marco. Maybe a little bit of charity in letting Greek Freak have some of the ball for now. Or maybe it's just that Marco wants some additional experience in defending an attacker as adept as Greek Freak. Because at the moment, the press from Greek Freak paying dividends, but not paying goals.
The pressure exerted from Greek Freak. He is certainly trying. Marco just decides to check his handheld device. Again, those moments to switch off important. Not a lot more that can be said. This feels like a relative formality. We have a look at what could be done, what changes could be made. But sometimes you just need to put your hand up and say, it was not my day.
And Greek Freak will be incredibly disappointed that he has underperformed to the way he has, holds himself to such high standards and expects so much of him. Maybe the expectations, the pressure getting to him a little bit on this occasion. Good to see a little bit of a smirk from him. Obviously, the coach, Zach, doing a little bit to keep him in good spirits despite the result of this one. Still a long way to go as Greek Freak tries the finesse. Not quite a FIFA 19 level finesse, but so important to keep perspective on your FIFA career as a whole, especially in these days. And Marco, ball rolls, well saved by Nick Pope. And Marco will be happy to recycle. No, he won't. He wants to go direct. He wants goals. And indeed, he might get another here with so much space opening up because of the press from Greek Freak. Is CR7 unable to make enough space to fire off a shot? I have to say, I do miss the El Tornado from some of these competitors. I think it's still quite underrated in creating space because of the way it turns the body. But regardless, Marco doesn't need that. He's able to create chances, but doesn't make that one count. Still, the pressure applied by Greek Freak, but the stamina really starting to run low, meaning Marco can enjoy more and more possession.
What about that exuberant outburst from Marco? He wants to see this through to the very end. The cut across, and it's 6 of the best. The man from his favorite IRL football team adds a third for this leg. This is utterly comprehensive.
And when you see that rainbow flick come out, you start to really acknowledge that this contest has drawn to an end. I'm a little bit shell-shocked, I have to admit, that Greek Freak has not been able to generate any real offensive threats. But full credit to Marco. His defensive game has been on point, and his offensive game has been even better. But Greek, the player lock, not quite working for him. Overlapping runs, not drawing the bait. Directional nutmegs, not creating enough. And Marco always seems to have a play in the way. But Greek finally able to make a chance count. A little bit fortunate with the rebound. But sometimes you do need a little bit of luck to get yourself out of a rut.
Credit to Greek Freak, of course, for playing all the way through. We've all been there. It can be very tempting just to want to stop and go and hide. However, he is one of the best in this region. Do not forget, do not be shaken by the scoreline. He did get that 4-1 win against Marco. That was his day then. But today, it is the day of Atlantide Marco. 6-1 on aggregate. For those of you who even tipped Atlantide Marco, surely, Treaders, it would not have been to the tune of that scoreline.
It just seems like Marco has taken his gameplay to another level. He would have studied the film so intensively from the previous game against Greek Freak, and that is vintage Marco. Marco at his very best. He's back. He wants to compete. His career is not done. He's not a has-been. He's still the current player to beat.
Again, for Greek Freak, he will look forward to many, many more qualifiers and events to come. Make no mistake, he will be back with a vengeance. His quality is undoubted. But for today, it is all about Atlantide Marco through to the next round of this losers bracket. I thank you, as always, for your positivity in chat. Getting behind your favorite competitor is a pleasure to do what we do. And to bring it back to the best host and analyst in the business, let's throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate and Cheddars, thank you so much for that one. Wow, what a performance from Marco right there. And in that game as well, Mike, thank you for sending over your spoon that you were mixing everything with. It is because of you that Marco, he decided he was going to put on a show for us. What a performance it was from him.
Yeah, congratulations to Marco. If there's any doubt about where Marco stands or if he's been playing this year's game or where he's at in terms of his competitive nature, that was a reply. That was an answer, because I think for many players or many consumers or just fans that are watching, a lot of people were seeing Greek Freak as one of the top, if not the top competitor from this region, definitely in the top 3. And Marco said, well, hold on just a moment. Don't let me go anywhere. Let me remind you that the old guard still has a place in all of our hearts. As you see this beautiful build up there, triangle passing. Also very clever work from the set piece. We're going to talk about it a little bit later on, just to knock that down, to have the sense of mind of what's a higher percentage play.
Now, you always talk about clinics, Dr. Mike. Was this one from Mark?
Single win, even for yours truly. Marco did everything well. He didn't concede goals. He made the extra passes. The finishing was there. Build-up was there. Decision making.
Was this one from Marco good enough to make it into your doctor's surgery?
I mean, I'd love to be able to remake and replicate this on the virtual pitch every single weekend, even for yours truly. Marco did everything well. He didn't concede goals. He made the extra passes. The finishing was there. Build-up was there. Decision making. You name it, very professional performance, top to bottom, and I feel like he sent the message. I would not want to run into this Marco package heading into day number 2.
And the goals just kept on coming and coming for Marco. He kept on pushing, no holds barred, it seemed to be, for him, making it 6 right there. Look at the reaction from Marco. Greek Freak did manage to get 1 in the final few moments of the game, but look at that for Marco. 11 shots, 9 on target, 56% of the possession, 89% pass accuracy, and he makes his way through into Championship Sunday. But before he arrives at Championship Sunday, we can welcome him into the broadcast. We can have a conversation with him. Marco, first off, I've got to say congratulations on that one. What were you thinking before heading into this game, knowing what's happened between you and Greek Freak in the past?
No, look, I was always confident. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've struggled a little bit this year on this game, because it's like this game is probably the worst I've played in my entire career. But regardless from that, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's small margins. I got a lucky goal to start it off, and then I kept going from that, I think.
Are we going to have a Valentine's special with Marco tomorrow? That's kind of what I'm hoping for. I want you to bring out like little hearts, some candy for the boys. What you got for some flowers?
Nah. Mate, you never know. You never know. Could be.
You never know.
Add an El Tornado into the mix and we're talking.
I want to talk about how you've been feeling going into this qualifier right here, because there's only 3 in this region. We know how many incredible players there are across Oceania. So for you, have you felt the pressure as well as some of the other players hoping to get to playoffs this year?
Not necessarily the pressure, eh? It's like everything's online, obviously, so it's a little bit different. I feel like I'm a lot better at LAN, as you guys probably know. I seem to struggle a bit online. I tend to do really well at LAN, so I don't know. I've had to adapt a little bit, change my play style just a tad, a few tweaks here and there. But I feel like we're building some good form coming into the back end of the competitive season, and that's where I want to peak. So hopefully we can push on from here, man.
What do you think's been the biggest difference playing offline to online? Because you're right, we've seen you play many times in a LAN environment. You get a different adrenaline push, because I feel like a lot of competitors, that's the big separation, is that they can't find, it sounds funny at home, but they can't find the same level of focus as
no,
when
100%. You're right.
next to somebody.
You've been there, Mike. You've experienced it. FIFA 17, the same type of thing. It's different. It's just built different type of stuff. Like when you're actually sitting there playing in front of people, in front of there's an audience, etc., etc. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, you're feeding off of the energy in the room. I can't explain it, you know what I mean? I don't know, it just makes me play a lot better than what I'm used to. It's just, I don't know, it's crazy.
So hopefully then when the events come back, we're going to see you there. We're going to be travelling all over the world again, Marco, yeah?
I'm starting to get a bit old now, boys. Come on, give me a break.
I'm sure we'll see you there. Marco, congratulations. You do make your way
through. Good seeing you again. Yeah, take care.
Have a good one. Take care, okay? Good luck for tomorrow. Right, there we have it. It's always good to chat to Marco right there. And I know we do laugh, we do joke about it, Mike, but he said, I'm getting old. But we will get back to these events soon. And I know that Marco will be back there as well.
It better not be a retirement party. I'm not ready for that. I need Marco just to put on for the old heads. It's wild. I'm telling you, 25 years old, and you feel like an old man in this community these days.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, me and you, gosh, we should have retired a long time ago then, even from talking about it. What impressed you most, though, Mike, about his performance? Greek Freak isn't an easy opponent at all, but Marco, he just stepped up another level.
What was most impressive was not just his efficiency, but being able to control the game. Greek Freak was never in that match. I think most of us, by halftime of the first leg, were saying this isn't looking great. I don't know that he's got to come back in him, and it continued that way. And Marco didn't let up, nor should he. I think it's really important to keep the competitive nature. It doesn't matter who it is that's playing. Right when you take your foot off the gas pedal, you run the risk of losing focus, conceding goals, and maybe even starting a comeback or messing up your own mentality. So by all means, at least this is my mentality, go all the way in, keep trying to add to your tally, see out the game. You have to do whatever is necessary to get a victory.
Right, it is time for another clinic broken down by Dr. Mike LaBelle as we have our match analysis presented by PlayStation.
And it only seems right that we revisit and we discuss the Marco versus Greek Freak matchup. And this is a goal that you very unusually see. And we're looking at a set piece from a location that's not converted often. And it might not be the prettiest on the eyes, but I think that it is important to take a freeze frame, take a closer look. The reason that Marco's going to knock this down is because he's going for a flick-on approach. He can't score this direct. Headers, it's just difficult in that area. So he knocks it on, turns into an easy volley, Ronaldo to Ronaldo. And when you first watch that, you might say, oh, it's kind of janky. There's just a lot happening in the box. That is how he set it up. That lobbed ball allowed Ronaldo to go get it. And he had a lot of percentage play that was in his favor, where you had 3-4 attackers that were all onside due to the wall when you saw the initial free kick to be taken. And if any of them were able to get on the end of that flick on, you're going to score a goal. Or at least you're going to have a point-blank shot where the goalkeeper's kind of in no man's land.
Right, let's have a look at our losers brackets after the first two matches in that side of things right there. We can see it is Jazz who made his way through to round number 2, taking on Marcus Gomes. And then after the absolute demolition, the clinic by Marco beating Greek Freak, he takes on Mark 11 tomorrow in round number 2. Both of those matches will be live right here. And as you can see, Naylor is waiting in that losers bracket final right there, waiting to see who he will be facing up against. I'm not going to lie, at the beginning of the day, I was a little bit worried. I thought we might not even get 5 goals throughout day 1 of the action, but plenty of goals did come up. And this is the top 5 goals of the day.
Ready for this.
Take comfort in the fact that he has created chances and created opportunities for himself to score, but that is a lovely tiki-taka piece of play from Marco, and he doubles his advantage. 2-0 to Marco.
Get ready.
the moment, it's a little bit too close to call as Jazz running fake shot, cuts it back and right on cue, puts it 4-3. Those changes taking effect absolutely immediately. Unconventional method of going from kickoff, getting the yards as quickly as possible.
Get ready for this.
That was the top 5 goals of the day here on day 1 of the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. Mike LaBelle, I did joke about it, but at the beginning of the day, we saw quite a few clean sheets, and then all of a sudden, the goals started coming.
Now, I saw you come out with the spoon. I was about to give you a clean dish one time for the one time. But yes, we had some low-scoring affairs. We actually had multiple blowouts as well, and then we had close games. So this has been a little bit of a day full of variety, which has kind of been uncommon, actually, throughout all these events. Normally, we're never seeing clean sheets. I think this is the only day that we've seen clean sheets between you and I. And typically, we don't see blowouts either. There hasn't been that many games that have had really big separations. We could say last week with MS Desari in the final looking very MS Desari-esque, very dominant. But for the most part, the matches are very, very close throughout this competitive year.
Right, we do move into Championship Sunday tomorrow. We can have a look at tomorrow's schedule. This is how things will unfold. We will find our champion of the Oceania region in qualifier number 2. And at 10:10 Central European time, we'll have Marcus Gomes taking on Jazz. And then we move into Mark 11 taking on Marco. Both of those losers bracket round 2 games. And then at 12:10 Central European time, we go into loser bracket round number 3. And then an hour later, 1:10, we go into loser bracket final. Naylor is waiting. And then it's the big one. Championship Sunday means the grand final, and DW Dylan is sat there patiently waiting after making his way through the winners bracket today. Mike, it's been a good day, but I'm putting it out there. I'm manifesting. I'm putting it into the universe. Plenty of goals tomorrow, even more.
I feel confident about that. You've got the Mark and Marco derby match. We've seen that one before. Neither of them want to sit back. They're looking to score goals, so that's going to be back and forth action. And then with Gomes and Jazz, Jazz doesn't have defense really in his name. It's Jazz going forward. I guess he doesn't have offense in his name either, but he's just going to go forward and look to score goals. But I think, if anything, Gomes is going to go for it as well. I don't think he enjoyed playing a low-scoring, really battle of the wits matchup earlier today.
Oh, I cannot wait for it. Right, next up, Championship Sunday. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you join us. The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. Day 1 done and dusted. From myself, Mike LaBelle, Nate, PTK, and Josh Treaders as well. We will see you tomorrow. Stay safe, have a good one, and we'll catch you then.